Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The suspect in a Thursday morning shooting in a central Cheyenne neighborhood was in custody by early afternoon, so says Cheyenne PD. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that police say Adrian Magos also was once accused of attacking a man with brass knuckles.
The Cheyenne Police Department is reporting that apparently Magos and this other person had a verbal argument that escalated and ended up with Magos allegedly shooting him. We don't know where he was shot or his condition, although the injuries that he suffered was life-threatening. And in a later update, we learned that he had reached out to the police in some way to inform them he wanted to turn himself in. He returned to the spot where the shooting happened, and that's where police and the U.S. Marshal agent met him and took him into custody.
Cheyenne PD tells Cowboy State Daily that the 27-year-old faces an attempted first-degree murder charge. A judge on Thursday dismissed the defamation case of two legislators against the campaign arm of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that in the judge's ruling, he says, quote, "You can say pretty ludicrous stuff," unquote, in politics.
Judge Cassidy on Thursday dismissed a defamation suit two Rock Springs lawmakers had filed against the Y Freedom PAC, which is the campaign arm of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus. Now, the lawmakers were, bothered by mailers sent out targeting them in the 2024 election, saying things like Representative Wiley voted against keeping Trump on the ballot. There was no vote to keep Trump off the ballot at any point in the Wyoming legislature. And so the judge on Thursday said the First Amendment is so protective, you can say ludicrous things.
Reacting to the ruling, Representative John Baer of Gillette tells Cowboy State Daily that, quote, "I'm super excited that the First Amendment still exists in Wyoming." I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. As the weather and temps improve, motorcyclists are getting out on the roads. Be sure to do your part, share the road, and keep everyone safe. Look twice, save a life. This has been a safe driving reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Kemmerer couple faces multiple child endangerment charges, accused of having their 4 kids living in a home covered in filth. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that authorities describe the inside of the trailer as disgusting.
When they opened the door to go in, he said it was just overwhelming. It just kind of hit him. And he had trouble opening the door. He said there was just garbage and food and rotting food all over the place. Described all kinds of surfaces, couches, chairs, tables. Everything was covered with stuff.
Samantha Dunwarren and Jeremiah Warren had their first court appearances on Wednesday, and both have been charged with 4 counts of child endangerment. If convicted, they could face up to 4 years in prison. Some are concerned that gunfire from Wyoming's new shooting complex near Cody will drive eagles away from prime hunting and nesting grounds. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that experts are saying that the presence of humans in their hunting territory will drive them away, not the gunshots.
the consensus with the biologists I spoke with is that's probably going to go away because the eagles, they're just not going to tolerate that much human presence and that much noise. The rabbit population is down, and for golden eagles, that's one of their main prey sources. And so nobody's saying that this is going to like cause mass eagle death or that they shouldn't build the complex. They're just saying it's something we should be mindful of.
Raptor researcher Chuck Preston tells Cowboy State Daily that he doesn't oppose the shooting complex being built, but it should be kept in mind that projects will come at a cost to Raptors. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Good morning, y'all. We finally did it. It's finally Friday. And we also did it for the first time ever. The U.S. debt now exceeds the actual U.S. economy. The GDP or whatever. I mean, the amount of money we generate in the United States in a year is now exceeded by the amount of money we owe. That's not good. Being upside down like that, when you're upside down like that on your home mortgage, for instance, well, we saw what happened. What a show we got for you today. Josh Dorrell will be on. Wyoming Business Council. They just had a big meeting yesterday with joint appropriations. How'd that go? Pete Kilbride will be on. We'll talk Antelope Butte Ski Resort. Pete, long time, you probably remember him from superintendent of Sheridan County School District. Kyle Ridgeway will drop by. We'll talk about the Kentucky Derby, pick our favorites, and we'll rap about Wyoming Downs and 307 racing. Paul Woody. Paul does marketing for the PRCA. We'll talk with Paul about the move that's now official. We will see the PRCA headquarters, the Hall of Fame, and the museum all relocating to Cheyenne from Colorado. What drove the decision, and what does that future look like? Nobody more suited to give us that info and intel than Paul Woody, who does marketing for the PRCA. Also once marketed NASCAR. We'll ask him about the similarities. Rodeo, NASCAR, same kind of fan base maybe. Kyle Kondik will be here, managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball, University of Virginia Center of Politics. If you know Larry Sabato, you know what he does. He's just kind of forecast. It's the ESPN of politics is what I would call it. And it's just talking politics, races coming up here in these midterms, and kind of just, handicapping the races. Kyle is great at it. That's what Kyle does for Larry. And we're going to handicap the races here in Wyoming, maybe take a look at the nationwide midterms. That'll be fun. Aaron Brown, Highway Patrol. We'll talk about the dude that was dragging a boat at 104 miles an hour up I-25. Impressive. Or I think he was heading down. south. We'll see. Speaking of law enforcement, wouldn't be a Friday without Sheriff Kozak. The latest of his truck around and find out efforts nailed even more truckers. I thought the news was out. Don't be illegal in Laramie County. It's not a good idea. Sheriff Kozak said the message is out. Pretty much every flying J, there's a wanted poster, not a wanted post, but there's like a notice. Don't mess around in Laramie County, truckers. Do it right. They nailed 48 more or something in their latest truck around and find out campaign. Still waiting for the new lid, Sheriff Kozak. I need one of those hats. Also, today honors the 110th anniversary of End of Watch for a famed sheriff of Laramie County, Sheriff Roach. We're going to talk about what the LCSO is doing to honor him after 110 years. John and Makayla Otto, they run a little spread, an exotic animal ranch, a hobby ranch. I don't know what you would call it. They're up there in North Dakota, almost to Canada. And John has been posting videos of what it's like to raise a baby bison. He's done it before with more success than he's done it with this one. This one is named Georgie, and the videos have gone viral on the Facebook page of this little ranch, John and Makayla. Makayla has better success with this little red dog. John is having a tough time. This baby buffalo does not like John. And he gets kicked, head-butted, smashed. And this thing is still little. Wait till he gets bigger. Oh, John, you better have this thing tamed before he gets bigger. We'll talk with John and Makayla. Try to figure out why the bison is friendly to her, not so much to him. All that's coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday. Here's your updated day weather forecast. We will make Don Day give us a weather forecast for the Kentucky Derby. Did you know it rains for the Derby almost half the time? 48% of Kentucky Derby races have gone off with some kind of precipitation. Will it rain again this weekend for the Derby? We'll find out. Don Day will tell us. Casper, sunny, 61. What a day today. They ought to run the Derby today in Wyoming. Beautiful. Yeah, almost everywhere. Riverton, sunny, 63. Evanston, sunshine 56. Green River in the low 60s with plenty of sun. Pinedale, sunshine 58. Alpine, 63 and sunny. DuBois, 54, sunshine. 62 in Jackson with plenty of sun. Abundant sunshine in Thermopolis, high 66. Same for Cody. Buffalo, sunny 61. Sheridan, sunny at 65. Gillette, you'll be in the low 60s with sun. Newcastle, same. Torrington, sunshine 64. Lost, sunny and 57. State capital, Cheyenne, also high of 57 with sun. Bulletproof day in Laramie, 52 in sunshine. Rollins, 56 sunny. We can't find a cloud in the state today. All right. It was such an easy standard forecast across the board that I'm done already with the music still playing. Usually I run out of music describing the amounts of wind and snow and rain. Today it's just sunny and 60 everywhere. That was easy. That sounds like a Friday. I golfed yesterday, had a pretty good round. I like the way I hit them. Every time, the first time out, you never know. You wonder if your body remembers any of the things. But here's the thing about golf, if you didn't know. Golf, so much is played in your mind, and that's why there are some great golfers It's all about consistency. And the more robotic you are as a golfer, meaning unemotional and predictable and robotic, it's all about mechanics. That swing, it has to be the same every time. If that last shot hit a tree, if that last shot hit a spectator, if that last duff bonk, if you really hit a horrible shot, you got to put it out of your mind. That next shot, you can't remember any of that. So that consistency, that's why I'm more likely to have a bad round later in the summer after I've golfed a bit and I start overthinking the swing and the mechanics. I'm like, I wonder if I fix this, what happens? Oops. Yeah, good round yesterday. Not so good of a time ordering dominoes. And before, sorry, this is a lead in to Josh Dorrell, but I just have to say, the Domino's ordering experience, it's not Domino's fault. Could be anybody, really. It's just more of a reflection of today's day and age. And this is why I'm an OG. And this is why I'm a boomer. And this is why I wish for a simpler time. In a simpler day and time, a la when I was a kid, an order at Domino's was easy. You picked up the phone, you said pepperoni pizza and a Coke. Bring it. Now, do you want it delivered? Are you going to come and get it? Do you want it brought out to your car? Do you want curbside delivery? I don't know. There's too many. Just pepperoni pizza and a Coke. So I try to call Domino's because every once in a while you're just not going to cook, right? You're not going to spend time in the Domino's is there for you when you just don't want to expend the brain energy or time or anything else preparing a meal. You're like, grilling? Nah, it's too much work today. I don't have time. I don't want to think about what's going to be the vegetables and what else is on the plate. I just want to make it easy. But it's not made easy because you pick up the phone, you call them, and you don't get your local Domino's when you call Domino's. You get they've outsourced the calls to India. You get a call center, so they don't know where you are. Even though they have your phone number, I would imagine on the computer, they're like, hi, where are you? I don't know. Where are you? So they got to figure out where you are to get your order. And I can't understand the accent, and it's a lot of work. Plus, when I call, I have to listen to like 30 seconds, which is a long time on hold of the specials. Like, I don't want the deal of the day. I don't want that. I know my order. Give me a real person. Let's go. No, too hard. So they really coax you to online ordering is pretty much what the phone does. You get a Pakistani accent of someone telling you the special saying, you can order online. That's a lot easier. In other words, you can read between the lines. And they're saying, we don't want to take your order this way. It's cumbersome, isn't it? Isn't it painful to do it this way? Go online and do it. Okay, I'll go online. I go online. I'm using the app. The app doesn't remember who I am. I have to log in. I don't know my password. What, is somebody going to steal a pizza using my likeness? Somebody going to take my identity and get a free garlic knot? Password. I don't know my password for Domino's. So I got to go in like I'm any other average Joe, and the internet doesn't know where I live either. What Domino's do you want to order from? We have over 3,000 Domino's in the United States. I don't know, internet. You're so smart. Tell me where I am. So I do location, and it tells me to go order a pizza in the next state over. Idaho. Come on. I have a Domino's in town. So I try to order it, and then it says session timed out. Failure was something. I had to put things in my cart. And I'm doing all this while I'm driving on the way back from the golf course. And the cops say texting and driving is bad. Not as bad as ordering Domino's and driving, I can tell you that. I was all over the place. Woo! It's easier texting and driving. You text the wife, what do you want at Domino's? Where are you? When you're going to be home? Easy. Texting, ordering and driving, really hard. So I finally I can't do it. And I got to go to the actual Domino's, and like a fool, I'm the only boob that has to go order at the counter and then wait while they do the pizza. Everybody else has figured it out. Me, I'm too old, I guess. So I got to go. In fact, this is how strange it is to go order at the Domino's facility, where their whole business is phone, internet, and then they drive it out to you with a fun little Subaru with a Domino's sign on top. To actually walk into the Domino's and order, they're baffled by that. In fact, I walked in, I said, pepperoni pizza and a Coke. And the guy's like, your order? Yeah, I'm ordering now. This is me ordering. He's assuming that I'm there to pick up an order I've already made. I'm like, I couldn't figure it out, dude. I lost patience with the phone, and doing the internet order while driving was dangerous. So here I am. Oh, okay, here's your order. You want the stuffed crust? What kind of crust do you want? Do you want gluten-free? Do you want, what are your top? I'm like, dude, I grew up in the 70s and 80s. There was only one pizza you could get. Pepperoni. Give me a pepperoni pizza. You want it Brooklyn style, New York style, thick crust, thin crust? I don't, pepperoni, a round one. Can you give me a round one? A round pepperoni pizza. Oh, that took like 8 minutes. What do you want to drink with it? Coke? What kind of Coke? Vanilla Coke, cherry Coke, Coke Zero, Diet Coke? Ah! Remember, there was a simpler time when there was only one thing, man. There was only one peanut butter. There wasn't diet peanut butter. There wasn't crunchy. There was just Jiffy, whatever. Now there's like shelves and shelves of, and Coke, there's like 1 million Cokes, because do you think Coke, like the president of Coke said, you know, we only have one product and the people really need choices? No, it was all about money. If we sell this much with Coke, can you imagine how much we would sell if we sold cherry Coke? And it worked. What about vanilla Coke? It worked. What about people who don't drink Coke because they're afraid of getting fat? Diet Coke? Coke Zero for those who don't want sugar. They kept pushing all the buttons until they went to do the original formula Coke. They finally realized there was a law of diminishing returns. Oops. Nobody bought original recipe Coke. They finally blew it. And then what about people who don't drink any of our fizzy soda products? Thought Coke president, Coke CEO. People are choosing to drink water instead of Coke, they told the president at a board meeting. He's like, well, why don't we bottle water? Genius. Now, anyway, that's what it was like to order Domino's. It was nearly impossible in 2026. You think things would be easier.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
All right, Cowboy State Daily, Friday edition. Josh Dorrell is here, CEO of the Business Council. Big meeting with Joint Appropriations yesterday. Chair Bear, Josh Dorrell. How did it come out? I know going in, we were examining more of what Business Council is doing. You were already ready, Josh, with, hey, we did a self-audit, and here's what we think works. Here's what we're getting rid of. Evaluating, in particular, the grant and loan programs. I want to hear how that went. And how does what you do align with local and regional partners? All that kind of stuff, I guess, came out of yesterday. You look okay, so it must have went all right, Josh.
Yeah.
How was it?
We survived, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Jake, I think that's a really good way to think about it is, how do we take what's going on and what's going well and put more gas in those engines? And I think that's what we're really pushing out, is saying, hey, let's take that hard look, but let's go and actually do something with that information. And I think based on this week, what I feel like is there's a lot of opportunity to do that. Now, it's kind of the tale of two different committees for sure. But indeed, I think they're trying to find out a way to fund this, the things that are important. Consensus grants is like a big topic right now. You heard Minerals say it's probably going to be both. And you heard Joint Appropriations say it's got to be one or the other. And what I hope, and this is my hope, is that we really take a deep dive and understand it and be willing to do both, because it's going to take both. Even our most, our most flush with cash counties still need help from time to time. We're looking at some of the counties that have the most money, and they're still needing help for growth, which tells me there's a need for both to occur. And I hope that we dig in deep enough to do that.
When you say both, we're talking about what's the best model: grant, just giving money, or a loan. We can get you a low cost loan and get you started. It's all like seed money. You're trying to get somebody started, and depending on what exact thing I like to know its individual fit. It's not a one size fits all. So you said appropriations was more leaning toward it's got to be a grant or a loan, figure it out, but you want to have some dexterity there.
Yeah, and I guess the way I'm looking at it is that there's two sort of packages that JAC seems to be looking at. This idea of a consensus grant, which just sort of gives a formula of money to each county and they decide how to spend it, and the Business Ready Communities Fund. And I don't think that those two things are separable. I think you could administer them differently, but the bottom line is they serve two different purposes, and both of those problems exist in our towns, which is the communities don't have the money to maintain and upgrade their current infrastructure. and they don't have the money to grow. And so consensus grants is all about maintaining and upgrading your current infrastructure. And BRC, the Business Ready Communities Grant and Loan Program, is all about growth. Both are important.
So, Josh, where did you leave it yesterday? When's the next meeting? And was anything resolved regarding let's concentrate on the whole grant and loans program?
Yeah, the way we've kind of left it yesterday, and they're going to talk more about consensus today, which is great. I think it's a really interesting topic. What I left it with yesterday is really focus more on those individual programs that can help really the entrepreneurship continuum, helping a company take an idea all the way to become a major employer in the state, and really helping JAC understand that that's an important component to keeping kids here and unlocking the potential of Wyomingites. I think sometimes we think, oh, well, we've got these other industries and they're just fine and they'll work, but we have a lot of really good ideas in Wyoming. And so things like Kickstart and Federal Innovation Grant Matching and our Venture Capital Fund, those are really important to unlock the potential of Wyomingites and create employers that'll last into the future.
Wyoming Business Council's Josh Dorrell is with us this morning. You mentioned the other day when we chatted that when the phone rings, well, nobody calls anymore, but when the emails come in at Business Council, the most often refrain you hear is, we got to do something about keeping our young people from leaving the state, this brain drain, this loss of, this upcoming generation. You get it. You've heard that for a while now. When lawmakers pick up the phone and call, and nobody calls anymore, when they email you, the constant refrain is, we need real world data demonstrating how your stuff has worked. Chair Bear says he wants to keep an open mind. That's encouraging. He wants to look at the strengths, weaknesses. He's listening. But he really wants to, he's a guy, appropriations are all about numbers. They want to see numbers, and so do you, I'm sure. How do you measure what you do? So, where are you with that?
Yeah, so in terms of numbers, we have always collected numbers on how our programs are functioning. And we made a dramatic shift, which caused us a little bit of challenge because we never said no to any projects before 2020, which makes you a lot of friends. Yeah. But then when we started saying no and asking for a higher ROI, again, based on legislative input, we made a shift there. All of the numbers about the more money that we brought in from the outside, the amount of jobs that we created, that leverage ratio went up, and it was better for our economy. In fact, GDP has gone up for anything that's non-resource. The energy markets are tough. They're up and down. But anything that's non-resource has actually gone up since 2020. So when you look at how the economy is functioning, we're actually in a really interesting spot. And the metrics show that the work we're doing is really positive for creating jobs for, again, those young Wyomingites and folks who are in their mid-career looking to make moves.
Yeah. Josh, I want to ask you a tough question. I don't know if you'll know the answer, but it was just on my mind. Obviously, heading into the budget session, we saw appropriations, and their approach, for the most part, certainly the Freedom Caucus, was we don't need business council anymore, or they don't need all this money. It was right on the line. Now, I don't know if the egg came first or the chicken, but you also had the governor's proposed budget had already slashed your, I don't know if it was your ask or standard procedure, about $111 million biannual budget. The governor said, I want to make that more like half that, $55 million. Was the governor sensing the Freedom Caucus and appropriations thinking, boy, these guys have too much money? Or did the governor see something? Had you communicated with Governor Gordon at all? Did you say, you know what, Governor, we don't need all that $111 million. We could do with half that. How did that number come about, and what did it mean moving forward?
Well, so I always say this, I don't speak for the governor, but what I can tell you is about the budget itself. So in that $111 million, there was a really big, half of that budget was actually for broadband infrastructure. So that broadband infrastructure was to really kind of make sure that we are ready for the hyperscalers, ready for these big data centers. And there was just, I think, a sentiment right now that let's get the broadband done that we're working on and then maybe do that. So I think that was it. So if you think about it, really, it was one item that got removed from there, and it was that big broadband ask. I think that's still important. It's something that we're going to continue to raise the awareness around because there are a lot of opportunities. There are also a lot of myths about data centers, but there's a lot of opportunity around data centers, even for our smaller communities. And so I think it's important for us to really make sure our backbone is strong when it comes to broadband.
That's good to know. I did not know that. That was the budget. It was a big ticket item regarding a hill you weren't ready to die on, but it's an issue that's not over, certainly, this data center thing. All right. Well, encouraged by moving forward. When's the next time you're going to meet with lawmakers, and what are you busy doing at the Business Council now?
Yeah, so we'll be meeting with them in June, both minerals and appropriations in June. Minerals first, appropriations after that, and we'll be bringing policy packages that are meaningful. And again, there is an opportunity to bring that policy to legislators to make some changes that make us all more effective. In the meantime, we're still working on, helping communities build things out. We've got a couple projects that our board will be considering and looking into the future. We're also really taking that hard look at ourselves and saying, what do we need? What can we put gas in and improve? And what can we shed? Because that is what we've been doing the entire time that I've been around, and cutting programs that don't work and adding things that might.
Economic development that Business Council does is important to that whole diversity dialogue, where we don't want Wyoming to just be coal, just be boom and bust. We need to diversify economy, but you don't turn your back on the legacy, the mineral stuff. You've said that before, like many Business Council initiatives tie into the minerals, energy, whatever.
Yeah, we've got projects going on right now where we work jointly with the Energy Authority because they understand that segment a lot, but we also work in the communities, and so there's a really good combination of work being done by the Energy Authority and us to not just recruit companies, but also to make sure that the ones that are here have opportunities to grow. And again, that there's a clustering that needs to go on. I think people think, oh, well, competition is scary, and if you're bringing in other businesses or you're helping businesses grow, that's scary for my business. In the long run, and maybe not even the short or the midterm, it's better for everybody when there's competition.
Yeah, we've seen that work where, you see a Burger King set up shop right next to a McDonald's. You're like, why do they do that? Why don't they go in the other end of town? No, it works for everybody. That it's a proven business model, I guess.
You bet.
All right.
You bet.
Josh, thanks so much for coming on.
Heck yeah. Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it. Yep. Talk soon.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Friday. Let's, what are we doing next here? Get my notes in order. Oh, we're going to Dayton, Sheridan, Dayton, and we're going skiing. I think the ski season's winding down on Antelope, Butte, but you never know. They had some recent snow. And we're going to get you a chance to get a discounted season pass for next year at Antelope Butte. In fact, today's the deadline. We'll see if we can talk Pete into extending it. I don't know. I'm not promising. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a place where people aren't afraid to get a little dirty and work a little harder to live the American dream. It's a place where neighbors still check on one another. Strangers greet you with a wave and a smile, and a random act of kindness is never out of the question. From the mountains full of elk, to the farmer's field full of pronghorn, to the streams teeming with cutthroat trout, we choose to live in the best place in America. And Cowboy State Daily covers all of it every day at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Our next guest on the Cowboy State Daily Show, we're going to talk Antelope Butte Ski Resort. You may better recognize the name and the man Pete Kilbride as one-time Sheridan School District #1 superintendent. That is Pete. That's one of the consistently #1 school districts in the state and probably the whole United States. You can take credit for that, I guess. And now, nearly resurrected from the ashes is a ski resort that, you know, there was a time when kind of everybody forgot about it, Antelope Butte, but you've brought that out of mothballs or wherever it was. Pete, whatever you touch works. We can usually find him in the winter, probably taking a rundown hot dog over at Antelope Butte. So let's talk about your life now. You no longer in the schooling. I hope you have somewhere where you can get your kid fix. Kids just, you know, they got the energy. They just bring life to the party. But what are you doing now, other than on the board of Antelope Butte Ski Foundation?
Yeah, Jake, thanks for having me. After 33 years in education, retired from it, and Sheridan District 1. You know, we're blessed in the entire state of Wyoming in terms of our educational system. So happy to be a part of that, and retired from that about 3 years ago, and stayed retired for about 6 months and decided maybe I better do something else. So I'm actually a loan officer at a small little bank. So never been in finance my entire life. And just learning something new, and it's really kind of been fun. So been doing that for a couple of years. And then, of course, being on the board of Antelope Butte, it's been really, really fun. When we moved up here to Sheridan District 1, Ranchester and Dayton, it had closed about 2 years before. It closed in 2004. It had been open since 1960. They had a little tow rope, and then eventually got a T-bar, and finally the first ski lift in like 1989 or 1990, something like that, and operated until 2004. So we missed out on it. And then a group in about 2011 got together and said, "Hey, we need to try to resurrect this thing that you know the folks that lived here all grew up with." And they put it together. I served on a steering committee shortly. I only joined the board about 2 years ago, but they resurrected it. They purchased the lodge that was there. It's on Forest Service land, so we don't own the land underneath it. We have a long-time lease with Forest Service, and they got the lift running in 2018. So just fun to see that happen. And I had two boys in school at the time, and we would love taking them up there. So it was great to see it going, and we're trying to continue the work that all those folks did in terms of resurrecting that ski resort.
Here's why these little community ski resorts, and we'll talk about the business model. This is, I believe, a nonprofit kind of setup, but they're more important than ever because the industry is going through just a total corporate buyout. Like there's like 3 corporations that run every ski resort, and man, you certainly know it when you go to buy a ticket for a day pass. Like I'm in the snobbiest of all, Jackson Hole, and I got 3 ski resorts I can choose from. One of them is kind of pretty local and it's cool, but the other ones have gone flat out corporate. So I love the idea that we're going to get kids, the family. You can afford to bring the kids, the whole family on a ski trip. This is more important than ever, I would think, Pete.
And you're exactly right. And that's why it's a nonprofit. We truly hope to be profitable, in the next 3 years. That's our goal, but we realize that's not our main focus. Our main focus is to make sure that skiing is accessible and affordable for kids, particularly during the winter months when you're kind of shut in. I'm before I was a superintendent, I was a school counselor. So, that it's tough when there's not much to do. It's dark for so long during the day. But to have an activity for kids to do, skiing and snowboarding, is so important. So that's truly our goal. And that's why we're trying to make it affordable. Our rates are really low compared to other places. And you're exactly right. It's hard for these little independents to survive. Sleeping Giant's a great example. It's tough. But we've got a great board. We have a very philanthropic community that has gotten behind this to make it happen. And Jake, I don't know if you know this, but we offer free skiing to anyone 17 and under. No questions asked, free lift ticket. And we've done that for the last 2 years. When we first made that decision, it was like, gosh, are we going to take it in the shorts here? We need every bit of revenue we can. And what we found is our revenue went up 25% because parents were bringing their kids. They would sit in the lodge, have a pizza, have a beverage, or ski themselves, make money on the rental side of things, on ski lessons. And the formula has just been fantastic. And our ridership just went through the roof. And that was our goal, get people on the mountain.
But I mean, the price tag is certainly attractive. And location is as well. You think about skiing in Wyoming and the western mountainous side, central and east. Where do you ski? I wasn't really that familiar with Antelope Butte, and I looked it up, and it's a cool. I mean, it's not huge. But it's a cool little. Tell me about what's there. There's downhill runs. You're on about 250 to 500 acres, 1,000-foot vertical. It kind of looks a little like Snow King to me. A town hill. Locals just call it the hill, the resort. It's right off Highway 14 in the Bighorns. What can we do there? There's downhill, Nordic. What do you got?
Yep, we've got all that. So we've got downhill. We got about 30 trails, and each year we try to clear a little bit more. Working with the Forest Service, we have the ability to expand, and that's part of what we're going to try to do over the next few years. We'd love to put one more lift in. We got guys that go off the west side, and they'll ski right down to the highway and then have somebody pick them up and drive them back to the lift. And so if we could ever get a lift to bring them back, that would be great. Snow machining, super big in the Bighorns. And so there's a trail that goes right by. And so a lot of those folks will come in, have lunch, and then head back out on the trails. And so, when we opened it up in 2018, we did everything out of a garage, out of the ski patrol shed. And the lodge was there, but needed a lot of repair. So the lodge didn't fully open until 2022. And so now we've got pizza upstairs. We've got burgers and fries on the main level. Rentals are down in the basement. And we added about 128 seats this last season, just because people were coming up in droves. and we had a great last season. Snow has been tough to come by for anybody. It's been a tough winter.
Yeah.
We were in a little pocket here in the Bighorns, and we don't have snowmaking abilities. So we rely on, Mother Nature to do her thing. And we had people from Red Lodge coming down, from Bridger, from South Dakota. My kids grew up learning how to ski at Terry Peak because we didn't have a place here. And they were coming over because we had some decent snow.
Wow. I would imagine a big sell, a big attraction is besides the price, the ski lift ticket is maybe a hearkening back to a easier, simpler ski experience. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Aspen, Vail, Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, but there are long lines. The parking is you're a million miles from the ski resort. Anything you want to do there, it's crowded and everything's hard. What about? There are days when everything was easier, man. You could just pull right up. You could go, Opry ski. It's just simpler, easier, and especially for families.
Yes, and that's definitely the vibe that's been created here. It's very much a family-friendly resort, very, very laid back. And our general manager, we were very blessed. John DeVivo, JD, was here for 3 years. These last 3 years, the board brought him out of the East Coast. He'd run resorts back there for 22 years, been in the ski industry for 30, and he just did a phenomenal job. Unfortunately, we ended up losing him. He went back to the East Coast, and we knew it was happening. His wife and youngest daughter, still in school, were back there, and he promised us at least 3 years. And he did the right thing. He needed to go back home, and but what he helped develop here for us was just phenomenal. I went there for the trainings when he would train up the workers. And he said, if you're within 3 feet of a customer, you shake their hand. If you're within 10 feet, you make sure you greet them and tell them to have a great time. I mean, that was just what he built into all of the workers there.
Yeah, I sense that DeVivo was an important guy to get Antelope Butte back where it belongs. So that's great. He gave you that shot in the arm. You're on the board now. I saw on the Facebooks, Pete, and I wonder if we can make like a one-day special exception. I don't know if you have that kind of power, but season tickets for next year, special, you can get them half off, $299, but the cutoff was the end of April, and now they've jumped to $399. Oh, Pete, one day only special for our listeners.
Jake, I'll do one better. We'll do it for 2 weeks. We'll go through May 15th with that special. The $299, regular tickets are $549.
Yeah.
But we'll do $299 for the next 2 weeks through May 15th. Because here's the deal. This is when we do all of our summer work, right? So if you need to replace a pulley or you need to replace a chair, do any work, we need the revenue to do that. And so we take these season ticket sales and do it. And $299, that's the price of a lift ticket at some of these places. And so
one day pass. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my. Well, that is some pretty cool news. And here's what it does. I mean, that money, I'm sure you're running like cash-based accounting. Like you said, if you want to do the littlest project, tomorrow, you need the money for it. So you're investing. They having some assurance on what the budget looks like for next ski season. So important for a nonprofit running a small hill. So your advanced money, your $299 now, not only will it guarantee you skiing next year and maybe motivate you to ski. Now we have a season pass. We're going out this weekend, kids. It's important also for Antelope Butte to know, hey, here's our budget. We got money coming in. That's huge. Come on, people, take advantage of this.
And it's a great way to give to AB. With the bonus of having that pass. And, when my kids were playing basketball, so Antelope Butte, like you say, is on Highway 14. It's about an hour from Sheridan, hour, 15 minutes from Sheridan. For me in Dayton, it's about a 45-minute drive. From the other side, Grable, it's probably about a half-hour drive. But when my kids would play basketball in Grable, I'd leave early, take 2-3 runs, and then head on to the basketball game, you know, and you can do that. You can literally pull up, strap the skis on, head down to the lift, make a couple runs, and then go about your day.
Yeah. I like that. You know, many people would probably donate that much money to a ski resort that is small, independent, and you would love to know, for $300, I'll give these guys $300 to help them survive, but that's your season pass for next year. Get on that, do it while you can. Where do we go do it? Online?
Yep. Just go to antelopebutefoundation.org and scroll down. There's a button down there, and you can get your pass. And if you have any troubles, I think they have a phone number there on the website. If not, I'll make sure one gets put on. But we'll extend that for another 2 weeks. So Cowboy State Daily listeners, get on and get that ticket. And remember, bring your 17 and under kids. They do have to get an RFID card, so they can register as well, get them a season pass, but the pass will be free. The card's $5.
We're so fortunate that Pete Kilbride finished Aaron's honey-do list, I guess, and he's right back. He couldn't sit still for long after Sheridan superintendent. That's a lot of adulting, the banking world. Kids, it's kids on the mountain. Kids 17 and under, ski free at Antelope Butte. Nobody's doing that. Come on. Support the hill, and we'll see you next winter when the snow flies.
Thanks, Jake.
Thanks, Pete. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Pete Kilbride is on the board of Antelope Butte Foundation, and that's the kind of money arm of what is the ski hill. And my new favorite ski resort. I got to get out there and ski. The wife and I are planning a move to Buffalo, so that's going to be my new ski resort.
There you go.
Yeah, one of these days, soon, that'll be my new place to ski. Trade in all this corporate skiing I got for a new, smaller, intimate experience. Coming up later in the show, next hour, this hour has kind of run its course, but next hour we'll get Kyle Ridgeway on, and we're going to talk about all things horse racing, quarter horse racing in Wyoming, thoroughbred racing this weekend is the Kentucky Derby gets underway. I'll be interested to know Kyle's favorite. I just looked at the field a couple of days ago. There's a late scratch today. We're going to handicap the Kentucky Derby. And what are some of your favorites? Paul Woody will be on next hour. Paul's going to come on and talk about the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association, the PRCA. They are going to move to Wyoming. It's official for a little while and not that long ago. I mean, January of this year, they were still playing it kind of coy, kind of close to the vest. They said, yeah, we like Wyoming. We don't necessarily like Colorado that much. We also like other places. You know, they hadn't committed officially, but they have now. And Paul Woody says, yep, PRCA is going to come to Wyoming, to the Cheyenne area. What's that going to mean for Cheyenne Frontier Days, for the state, for Laramie County? Like, that's huge. It's you build it and they will come when it comes to rodeo. Just can't overemphasize what a game changer that is. PRCA relocating their headquarters, their Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame Museum, and yes, all those bronze sculptures, 27 in all, including Casey Tibbs, the legend. Yeah, it's all coming to the area. What's that going to mean? Andrew Rossi should be on next hour. I have him scheduled. It's always fun to chat with Andrew. And Don Day, we'll get Don Day to do a weather forecast for the Kentucky Derby, just to make sure. That could, that sometimes changes the game. You got a favorite horse that maybe he likes the fast track, fast and dry, he doesn't run well in the slop. You never know. So is it going to rain the Kentucky Derby? I was surprised to see the numbers 48% of the derbies have gone off with rain of some kind. Either it had just rained or was raining or was a muddy track. Half the Kentucky derbies have had rain. It's the first leg to the Triple Crown, and we haven't had a Triple Crown winner in a long, long time. Is this the year? Maybe. It's all about horse racing next hour and a little bit of PRCA, horse racing, rodeo, and weather. There you go. Yeah, that's a pretty attractive hour, wouldn't you say? Cowboy State Daily Show. You find us on Facebook Live, X Live, on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. We're radio stations all over the state and soon outside of the state because we can't stop growing. And download us with your podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. Time now for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The suspect in a Thursday morning shooting in a central Cheyenne neighborhood was in custody by early afternoon, so says Cheyenne PD. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that police say Adrian Magos also was once accused of attacking a man with brass knuckles.
The Cheyenne Police Department is reporting that apparently Magos and this other person had a verbal argument that escalated and ended up with Magos allegedly shooting him. We don't know where he was shot or his condition, although the injuries that he suffered was life-threatening. And in a later update, we learned that he had reached out to the police in some way to inform them he wanted to turn himself in. He returned to the spot where the shooting happened, and that's where police and the U.S. Marshal agent met him and took him into custody.
Cheyenne PD tells Cowboy State Daily that the 27-year-old faces an attempted first-degree murder charge. A judge on Thursday dismissed the defamation case of two legislators against the campaign arm of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that in the judge's ruling, he says, quote, "You can say pretty ludicrous stuff," unquote, in politics.
Judge Cassidy on Thursday dismissed a defamation suit two Rock Springs lawmakers had filed against the Y Freedom PAC, which is the campaign arm of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus. Now, the lawmakers were, bothered by mailers sent out targeting them in the 2024 election, saying things like Representative Wiley voted against keeping Trump on the ballot. There was no vote to keep Trump off the ballot at any point in the Wyoming legislature. And so the judge on Thursday said the First Amendment is so protective, you can say ludicrous things.
Reacting to the ruling, Representative John Baer of Gillette tells Cowboy State Daily that, quote, "I'm super excited that the First Amendment still exists in Wyoming." I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. As the weather and temps improve, motorcyclists are getting out on the roads. Be sure to do your part, share the road, and keep everyone safe. Look twice, save a life. This has been a safe driving reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Kemmerer couple faces multiple child endangerment charges, accused of having their 4 kids living in a home covered in filth. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that authorities describe the inside of the trailer as disgusting.
When they opened the door to go in, he said it was just overwhelming. It just kind of hit him, and he had trouble opening the door. He said there was just garbage and food and rotting food all over the place. Described all kinds of surfaces, couches, chairs, tables. Everything was covered with stuff.
Samantha Dunn Warren and Jeremiah Warren had their first court appearances on Wednesday, and both have been charged with 4 counts of child endangerment. If convicted, they could face up to 4 years in prison. Some are concerned that gunfire from Wyoming's new shooting complex near Cody will drive eagles away from prime hunting and nesting grounds. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that experts are saying that the presence of humans in their hunting territory will drive them away, not the gunshots.
The consensus with the biologists I spoke with is that's probably going to go away because the eagles, they're just not going to tolerate that much human presence and that much noise. The rabbit population is down, and for golden eagles, that's one of their main prey sources. And so nobody's saying that this is going to cause mass eagle death or that they shouldn't build a complex. They're just saying it's something we should be mindful of.
Raptor researcher Chuck Preston tells Cowboy State Daily that he doesn't oppose the shooting complex being built, but it should be kept in mind that projects will come at a cost to raptors. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
And we're back on a Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Kyle Ridgeway is here. And we're going to talk about Wyoming Downs 307 horse racing. He's the president of the operation. Recently in the news, probably heard about Casper passing a moratorium on the whole gambling thing. What is that going to mean for Wyoming Downs 307 horse racing? I also want to check out the summer schedule. Jam-packed June going on for you quarter horse fans. Futurities, derbies, muturities. I mean, June, things are going to be hopping on the Oval in Gillette. And can anybody outrace Jessabug? I don't think so. 13-0 last year. Kyle, and I also want to talk about the Kentucky Derby, Kyle. You ready to do all those things?
Oh, yeah, Jake. Happy to be here.
Good. All right, let's start with the news story and what's going on in Casper. I see in quotes from the story that, I wonder if this is troubling to your operation, but you're like, no. We want some clarity. We want local places to tell us what they want. By the way, I think you have 6 locations currently in Casper. Kyle, what does this mean that Casper wants to press pause on gambling?
So let's make it clear that there are multiple types of gaming in Wyoming. There's the sports betting on your phone. There's what's called skills-based gaming, or which is the 4 that you see in local bars, 4 or 8, or at a gas station or truck stop. And then there's historic horse racing, which is what we do, which is the purpose-built facilities. So, Casper's unique in that their zoning code doesn't address gaming as a use at all, and hasn't. We've talked to Casper about this. I personally have talked to Casper. I grew up in Casper, was born and raised there. It's one of the only towns that doesn't have this addressed in its zoning code somewhere. So as I understand the moratorium that's being discussed, what it is it doesn't allow for new facilities. But they want to pause to make sure they can get their zoning code right. So, as far as we're concerned, we don't think there's a market for more of these properties. We put out a press release a couple days ago about our own investment strategy over the next few years. And it's really focused on cleaning up and fixing up and investing in the existing properties we have, and then building sites on the border to serve Utah and Colorado residents coming to Wyoming. So we've worked really, really hard with the localities to try to get this right. And, I think it's appropriate to pause and look at how much more expansion there really needs to be versus most of these communities probably have enough activity for those that want a game. And it's about making sure the product's really good.
Okay. So feeling good about what you're doing in Casper. You just mentioned taking a look at where you are and where you want to be. What does that look like? Where are you concentrating on now, and where might expansion happen?
So we've actually closed 6 facilities in the last year, Jake.
Yeah.
We closed our facility in Riverton. We've closed one in Laramie. We closed one in Thermopolis. We closed one in Cheyenne. And what we're trying to do is have facilities that are more like the Derby Club we have in Cheyenne that we built with 200 machines, but it's also got a brand new state-of-the-art bowling alley and arcade, a liquor store, and it redid the whole Montgomery Ward building there that had been sitting vacant. So we're trying to do more things like that. Our real focus is, number one, on our race meet and making sure that we're expanding and upgrading that facility. And then number two is building purpose-built sites on the border. So we have a project that all the dirt work's done for, foundations breaking here in a few weeks on Exit 2 south of Cheyenne for a 58,000 square foot facility that'll serve Front Range residents to bring out-of-state money into Wyoming. And we have the same type of project over at Evanston that'll get going here in the next few months.
Evanston, I hear, I'm hearing a buzz in Uintah County and the Evanston area about your presence there. People real excited for what's coming. That's cool. So this is all like the Wyoming Downs side of things. And 307 horse racing is racing in Gillette.
Correct. We shortened the meet there a little bit. So we're running 2 weekends in Gillette, and then we've moved a lot of the rest of the race meet over to the track in Evanston this year. Mostly because, it was our first year as a joint collective company working together last year. I came from the 307 side from the beginning. We built that company with our partners. But, what's happening in Evanston at that track's really incredible. There are thousands of people from Utah that come to that track every weekend.
Yeah.
The grandstand's full and the hotels are full. I mean, I have a hard time even with our room block being able to get over there to watch the races on a really, really big weekend. So, Evanston, because we own the facility, it gives us the optionality to continue to build the barns and expand the kind of opportunities there are for breeders and racehorses and trainers to stay there, kind of year round where you can, to grow the ag base over there. And hand in hand with a really large gaming property, it's a really unique opportunity in Evanston because, we hire hundreds of people to work at that race meet in the summers. And this year we're running in Evanston from the first week of June all the way through the first week of August. And we start in Gillette in the middle of May. So we've almost got, 3 full months of racing that we're putting on. And when this was all legalized in 2013, there was zero. So It's a pretty incredible growth story in Wyoming.
And growth not just in everything that is Wyoming Downs 307 horse race, growth in across the board. The more success you have with operations like this, you anchor the industry. You get better breeders, better trainers, better veterinarians. Like the whole industry is lifted.
Yeah, the tax off of the historic horse racing machines. I think this year the Breeders' Fund, one of the stats that I saw is like $13 million in Wyoming available for breeding racehorses in Wyoming right now as part of our Breeders' Fund. It's the richest Breeders' Fund in the United States. And there's a veterinarian, I think Cowboy State Daily did a story about it, that's spending millions of dollars to build this really large facility to take care of equine athletes. It's awesome.
It's just a boost to the economy all around Uintah County and wherever you see these border operations, and certainly Evanston, man, if you've been there, it is in some ways like Salt Lake City northeast. It is so many Utah folks come up into Wyoming. Yeah, it's a huge fan base to draw from. That was a smart idea.
Well, and I know in Wyoming, it's nice to diversify our tax base away from Wyoming residents where we can. And this is an industry that I know, can be controversial to talk about taxes, because in Wyoming, we don't really like taxes. But it's not as bad if you're generating taxes from people that don't actually live in Wyoming and use our resources. They're coming up here and parking their money here. And, I'll tell you a story about Goshen County. We have a property outside of Torrington, a derby club that brings people over from Scottsbluff and Gering, Nebraska. And it's, over 60% of the people that come are from there. Well, that's new tax revenue to Goshen County. And for the first time, they've been able to put that money in an escrow fund and have matching funds for grants to fix their roads that they've never had before. I mean, that's nice, as opposed to raising property taxes or sales taxes or something else to do the same thing.
You want to see those quarter horses run? Kyle Ridgeway is trying to make it happen. Wyoming Downs, 307 horse racing. We all want to see the thoroughbreds run this weekend. Kentucky Derby. Kyle, I don't want you to upset the odds window or mess with Vegas odds, but I like to pick like my favorite, and then I like to pick a long shot because, come on, you got to go to the pay. You got to leave the pay window heavy, man, or else what are you doing it for? Who do you like? It's another huge field. I think we're down to 20. There's been a late scratch. So I don't know. I appreciate you think I have enough credibility to move the odds. I very much doubt anything I say is going to move the odds. Wyoming, the Wyoming horse racing industry is growing, but we don't have that kind of influence. But, what I've seen is I've been looking at fading Commandment because the track at the Derby is a longer track. And at some of the longer tracks recently, like the Florida Derby, he's faded towards the end, even though he's won. And so that's kind of the one that I've looked at as sort of something that's maybe not out there as heavily is, he's faded in some of the longer races. And this is one of the longer races. And you saw that last year. One of our partners had a horse that was in the Kentucky Derby. I'm based out of Wyoming, and my group's a partner that's Wyoming based, but we have horse racing partners that were in the Kentucky Derby last year. And sometimes you'll see that where they get the lead early and then they start to fade late. And that was really muddy last year, but as an off the wall recommendation, Commandment could fade because the track's longer. All right. So you picked the non-winner. And I'm going to pick maybe my winner. Everybody's talking about Renegade. That's the odds-on favorite. And I don't know if because it's all the horse or the fact that Renegade's going to go off on the rail. And that's always, those horses that leave on the rail and are fast on these long races, I look at them burning out halfway through, honestly. Right. So right. I think Renegade, for half the race, is going to be in the lead, and then the pace is going to be too much. I hear the late game, the late money is the Puma.
I've heard the same thing.
Oh man, the Puma's got some buzz. And then if you really want to make some money, I'm thinking Chief Wallaby or Emerging Market, maybe. But Bob Baffert's got a couple of long shots as well if you're a Baffert fan.
Oh, I'm not touching that one.
No. Okay.
With the controversy. What I will say, Jake, is, all our properties in Wyoming, the Derby clubs, the Wyoming Downs, and our new Lucky Sevens are all having big events for the Kentucky Derby this weekend. You can bet on the races at our properties. Our staff can show you how to do it. We can show you how to bet a win, play, show or a trifecta. Yeah. It's available. It's going to be on. We have offers to all our customers to come in and have a good time. And we're one of the only places that you can come in person and actually bet in Wyoming on the Kentucky Derby. So please come check out all that.
I love it. If you can't get to the Kentucky Derby, do it virtually in Wyoming. Is a hat required?
Absolutely.
All right. That sounds like a date. That's tomorrow. I think when do we go off? Like 6-ish? Somewhere around 6 o'clock.
I'm so confused on what time zone is what right now, Jake. I'm going to say it wrong.
I know. I don't want to say it wrong either. I don't want you to get there and the race is over. That would
let me help you. I mean, we're opening early tomorrow, so our property's open at 8 a.m.
Oh,
it says post times at 4:57 Mountain.
Okay, so it's 6 local time. All right, 4.
Yeah, almost 7 o'clock Eastern is when it starts. So a little before 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Hey, get there early. And yeah, you saw the odds are probably, if you looked at them this morning, they're going to be a lot different because Kyle has, Kyle has not picked a winner. Who's winning?
I was going to say the Puma too, Jake, but I thought I'd let you have it.
All right. Yeah, I really like the Puma, but I don't
The
like...
odds are good. 10-1's not bad. I don't know if it's moved since we just said that.
It's moved. It's like 6-1 now. Oh no, you're right. It is 10-1, but it won't be a post.
Get it now while it's hot, ladies and gentlemen.
Get in on it now. Yeah, I love it. Hey, thanks, Kyle. That's so cool. I love everything you're doing at Wyoming Downs 307 Racing.
Thanks for having me on, Jake. Appreciate you promoting the horse racing industry. It's phenomenal for Wyoming.
Absolutely. And as folks have said on your Facebook page, my favorite comment you see over and over again is, these guys do it right. I love when I see things like that. It means a lot to me. Thanks, Kyle.
We're all about big service. Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Next up, Don Day will get a weather forecast for the big Kentucky Derby. I think we're going to run dry and fast. I'm pretty sure. We'll be right back.
The Wyoming winter? Not so great. About as disappointing as biting into an unsalted pretzel. But that doesn't mean it's going to be sunny and 72 degrees every day either. Cowboy State Daily has the best weather coverage in the state with meteorologist Don Day. Whether it's erratic spring snowstorms, record-breaking wind, or powerful thunderstorms moving across Wyoming, make sure you're tracking Wyoming's weather with meteorologist Don Day, exclusively at cowboystatedaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. We're the family. Yeah! Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday. Don Day's here with the day weather forecast. Don, you were exactly right yesterday. Played 18 rounds and it was a little chilly by the end. I was able to take the sweater off, go short sleeve, but few clouds, no rain, but chilly. Today is one of those days where you can give one forecast for the entire state, kind of 60 and sunny.
Yeah, it's gonna be beautiful.
Oh.
Now, were there any birds in your golf game yesterday?
Wait, what do you mean? Birdies or eagles? No.
Yeah, no.
I'm afraid not. I did par the 18th. I finished strong. See, as soon as I took the sweater off, I went short sleeves right on that last hole. I parred the 18th, but yeah, there were no.
See, that's what's bad about golf. You par that last hole, so you go to your next time you play like, well, I'm on fire.
Yeah, right. And then and everything you did. I know it was fun just to get out there and swing them. But it's tomorrow. It's all about horse racing. And I want to get a little bit of a forecast for Louisville, Kentucky as we go for the.
I am a huge horse racing fan.
Ooh.
Huge, I stop on Derby Day, it's, mint juleps at noon, but it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be cool. It's only going to be on the low end of the 60s, but no rain in the forecast. So, they've had some rain here recently, but it looks like a fast track tomorrow.
I like it. Good intel from our weather guy. That may move the odds. Kyle Ridgeway was just on before you, and we both like the Puma. And I don't know if that's going to move the odds going off 10-1 right now.
Is that a tip? I'm writing this down.
Dude, seriously, the buzz is on the Puma. I'm telling you. But by the time it's too much buzz, Kyle and I both picked it. Now everybody knows, and you're not going to make bank. Chief Wallaby or Emerging Market are my picks for if you really want to make some money. If you got money to throw away, they could hit.
Hey, isn't there a horse name called So Happy?
So Happy?
Something like that.
Wait a minute. I'm not familiar with this horse. Oh yeah, you're right. So Happy, 15-1.
That's my pick.
Really?
So happy.
I'm going to write that down. You're going with So Happy. So none of us are picking the favorite Renegade that's going 4-1 on the rail. Okay, and Don says fast track. I was surprised to learn, speaking of odds, there's a 50-50 chance of rain in the Derby. 48% of the Derbies going back through time, and this will be the 152nd run for the Roses. 48% have had rain in some fashion. Boy.
It's May.
True.
What do you want?
True. Okay. How are we doing for the weekend in Wyoming? Looks
gorgeous.
Good.
This is the weekend to take advantage of. Next weekend is Mother's Day weekend, so we're not ready to talk about that yet. But I'll tell this for you guys out there that want to get a golf game in. Maybe go fishing or something, and you can't use the excuse next weekend that you want to go do that. Because here it is. This is the weekend to take advantage of.
All right. This is it. Maybe you'll be sticking around the TV to watch the Kentucky Derby tomorrow, but certainly try to get out. Definitely Sunday. Nice weekend in Wyoming. Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Day weather forecast looking pretty good today. Almost everywhere. Consistently from Torrington, that's usually 20 degrees warmer than anybody, all the way to, Pinedale, that's usually cold and snowy when it's sunny and 70 elsewhere. Everybody is going to be kind of sunny and right around 60. I like that. Easy forecast. Consistent forecast. Back into the Zoom room, and we're going to go from horse racing to rodeo. Both events have certainly plenty of horses. Speaking of racing, this guy was involved in NASCAR a little bit and John Force and NHRA. Now he's doing PRCA thing. Paul Woody, Chief Marketing Officer for the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association. Paul, can we say it is real, a done deal? We're moving the PRCA to Wyoming where it belongs. Is it happening?
It's happening. It is. I haven't started packing my bags yet. We still got 3 years before I got to do that, but we have definitely inked what we need to, and they're going to start putting some pen to paper and designing this gorgeous facility that'll be sitting there at the corner of I-80 and I-25.
Oh, huge implications. This is a field of dreams scenario. You build it, they're going to come just because of where. I mean, it works perfectly. The intersection of 80 and 25. Everything comes together to make this even bigger than rodeo. But we'll call it a huge event for rodeo, no doubt. Take us back through the talks, Paul. Renee Jean from the Cowboy State Daily first told our readers about the idea that the board would consider a move from Colorado. Now, was that more driven by you felt like the blue skies, the ceiling growth in Colorado was limited? You didn't want to be there? Or was that more like, hey, Wyoming looks good? Because I know we weren't the only ones you were thinking about.
Yep. No, it was certainly not something that we pursued or went after. You know, we've been here for 50 years in the Centennial State, and we're in an amazing growth path right now. And we love what we do, but sometimes when somebody knocks on your door, you got to answer it. And so the folks from Cheyenne Leads and the state of Wyoming and the city there in Cheyenne came and had a very interesting proposal. And so it would be a disservice to our membership if we didn't talk about it, run it out, and then listen to any other suitors. And at the end of the day, the best thing that we can do is make the difficult decisions for our membership and for our personal lives. And that includes packing up and moving 3 hours north. And we got a lot of bronze. We've got thousands and thousands of things in the collections here. It's not going to be an easy task, but I think they say that if it was easy, everybody would do it.
I want to talk about what that move will look like. Is it true that of all the things you could hear regarding feedback, a lot of it has been, are you bringing in the statues? Is that what people want to know?
They do. They do. We have some iconic pieces down here, including the champ. You know, it's this Casey Tibbs piece out the front that we see off the interstate, and it's iconic. And yeah, people are concerned about the history and what we're going to do. And I can tell you with 100% certainty, it's all coming with us.
Yeah. Oh, that is good news. All right. So what do you think it means for rodeo? Like marketing, that's your thing. What does it mean in a marketing sense for the headquarters of rodeo? It's the headquarters of PRCA, but let's just say it's all rodeo with all different.
We are the front porch of the Western way of life.
Yeah.
And when we get the opportunity to build something ground up, you know, come up with some amazing content studios, come up with some things that are going to help us tell the story in a more efficient and, let's be honest, 21st century way. You know, right now I've got 18 people on my staff, and we do a lot with duct tape and baling wire, and we do amazing work. But if we are resourced and we have the tools and we get to be in this amazing building, it's going to just amplify it tenfold, if not more.
That must have been a game changer for you folks at PRCA in thinking about marketing where, yeah, you were like, oh, we could add this, we could tweak that. What if you got a do-over? What if you said, blueprint, we're going from scratch. What do you want to see this look like? Oh, wow.
Yep, absolutely. You know, right now we talk about, well, do we want to hang some theater drapes out here in the barn and make it look like a studio and do these things? Well, we don't have to do that anymore. It's going to be something that any professional sports organization would be proud to call home, and it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah. How do you like the location? I'm sure you've got eyes on where it's proposed to be. Cheyenne Leads, so cool. Betsy has been working hard finding a place for this to live, and it seems like this is a lot of drive traffic. I mean, people.
I'm incredibly curious to see what it looks like in 20 years. You know, when you build an entire entertainment district and you are the first, you're the first piece in that puzzle, it will be exciting to see who else takes that leap and moves in there. And we'll see. Building an entire district around our building is going to be exciting.
Yeah, you're just the anchor. You're the beginning. But yeah, what will the build out look like in a couple decades?
Yep. I think the imagination is whatever you can imagine. I think it has a potential to happen that way.
Well, we're getting a little excited. It's barely into 2026. None of this is going to be visitable or in reality until probably 2029.
Yep. Spring of 29 is the goal. Now, I would say if we keep having winters like we had this year, we won't have any problem meeting those deadlines.
Yeah.
But we do know that winter can throw a kink in any project. So we'll see. I think that the timelines are not aggressive. They're logical and going to be easy to meet. And we'll get there in due fashion. I'm learning so much as we start figuring out that architecture and all of that takes. I mean, they're saying they won't move dirt for a year because the design process, and when you're building something like this, it's not like they can go and transplant a design from somewhere else. We're going to build 2 buildings, purpose built, and it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, take it slow, do it right. You got to go one shot on this. You don't want to go back and say, "Oh, we should have." Do it right, get it right, and I can't wait till 2029. You and Tom Herzog must have been, probably had a few beers and steaks together at this point, the Cheyenne Frontier Days. What could be potential tie-ins there with the daddy of them all? I mean, it's endless thinking for a marketing guy.
You know, we work with Tom Herzog and his team a lot. You know, they're one of our top 10 rodeos, and we got over 700 of those things across the country. But one of the ones that has the most iconic reputation and everybody says you got to make it to is Cheyenne Frontier Days. And yeah, Tom Herzog knows the market, the players, the way this thing needs to be done better than anybody. You just go out there and see the project that they're going to open this summer with that Shoot 9, and that's an impressive thing in itself. And the way that those venues and continue to reinvent itself and stay relevant and continue to pour money into our iconic culture and our history, and that's something we need to emulate. And so, yeah, Tom Herzog has been key in it, but he also keeps it at a distance because he knows he has to be concerned about his own house and not trying to buy the groceries for somebody else cooking dinner.
Yeah, well, this news about relocation of the PRCA sounds right. I mean, it's just going to double down on a state that's steeped in rodeo history. I mean, we did rodeo before we were even a state. We knew what had to come first, rodeo, then we'll join the United States, you know. So rodeo is important to us in Wyoming, no doubt. Where could this possibly go as far as a broader development in that whole southeast Wyoming area? Who knows? Hotels, convention centers, that place is going to grow. What's it going to look like in 20 years? Man, huge growth potential, certainly. One more thing while we have you. I don't know to what degree you're on any decision-making team. Who makes the decisions for PRCA and the decision to relocate? This is a board, right?
Yeah, it's a constituency-led board of directors. And then there's also a Hall of Fame board of trustees that were involved. So there's 9 people on the PRCA board of directors and then 15 trustees on the Hall of Fame board, and they were both involved in the process. And at the end of the day, it was 2 separate votes, and it came out unanimous, 24 ayes and 0 nays. And that's, you know, a testament to the long process, methodical nature, and exactly how this thing went about. All questions were answered, and it wasn't easy. Again, all of these people that have had a decision in it, you know, myself included, it's going to be a personal hardship, but it's you do the hard things if it's going to make you better. So
yeah, I got that sense, and I'm not in the room, but I got that sense through this whole thing that, you know, it was not on the table, was not on an agenda until it was. You know, the PRCA wasn't considering moving. It's still going to be painful to leave any place you've been for a long time. and then where. And certainly, I mean, money doesn't hurt. I will put you on the spot, Paul, just so our lawmakers know it's money well spent. Cheyenne Leeds came up with $15 million. And then during the budget session where we had some legislators who were going into that thing stingy-minded somehow found money as well. Was that important?
Yeah, the reality is every single one of the people that has signed off on this, be it from the state or the city or Cheyenne Leeds, they all have a fiduciary responsibility to their constituents, just like we do. And if they couldn't get their head around it and they don't see it as a good decision, then it was never going to happen. So the fact that it is so many parties involved in buying in, I think is a testament to just how good of a decision this is going to be for the long-term health of our sport. And, you know, when 40 million people make their way of life on the back of ranching and farming and agriculture and rodeo, we have to make sure that we are doing something that is, we're the gatekeepers of that way of life, and we have to continue to hold it high as we can, and the investment from everybody is paramount.
Yeah, well, we're going to put millions through the front door in 2029 of this place. The location is perfect, and the state is so right. Rodeo in Wyoming, yeah, sign me up. Paul Woody is here, PRCA, the relocation to the Cheyenne area and what it could mean. It's just the beginning, tip of the iceberg. This is going to be big, big, big stuff. Paul, who you got for Kentucky Derby tomorrow? Anybody?
Oh, I'd like to say right to party. Come on. It's this name alone. You got to go on that one.
Paul's good. We are moving the odds today. I'm going the Puma. Kyle Ridgeway is kind of there. Don Day, our weather guy, picked the horse. So, yeah, right to party. I'm going to write that down. We'll see. Thanks, Paul, for being on.
Appreciate it. Have a good morning.
Yes. All right, we got to move along. Up next, Andrew Rossi. I know Andrew's got a favorite for the Derby, and I know he's got a hat picked out as well. We'll talk with Andrew next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
from break on the Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're talking Kentucky Derby tomorrow. 152nd Run for the Roses. Weather good. Field full. 20 horses gonna go off. We got a late scratch if you had money on Ocelli, or I'm sorry, full effort, a scratch. And I think we're running 20 horses total when we hit post time tomorrow, about 4:27 p.m. our time. And just discussing it, how powerful has this show become, the Cowboy State Daily Show? Just discussing it with a few of our guests and getting their picks, we've already moved the odds. I'm telling you, Kyle Ridgeway and I both like the Puma a lot. That horse was 10-1 odds beginning the day today. It's currently real time 8-1 favorite. So we've moved the numbers already. Hopefully you put your money down at 8, locked in at 10-1. The Puma, everybody talking about this horse. Renegade, the odds on favorite, started the day at a 4-1 favorite, now down to 5-1 Renegade. And that's because I said, this horse is going to burn out. On the rail, this horse is going to take an early lead and run out of gas. Paul Woody, PRCA, he says right to party. Come on, the name alone, that horse running out of the 5-hole is 26-1 favorite. That is down from 30-1 earlier this morning when the day started. So see, the favorites we've picked on this show were already influencing Las Vegas. That's big. We'll get Andrew's pick in a moment when he comes on. Meanwhile, I did want to talk about some Cowboy State Daily stories, including this family. I use this term loosely, family. Where the kids were found, the family home was like a wreck. This is in Kemmerer. Greg Johnson had the story. Covered in filth. Couple accused of having 4 kids living in rotting garbage. The scenario, the scene is painted by law enforcement, police, and a caseworker from the State Department of Family Services went into the home. This is in the Foothills Mobile Home and RV Park, Kemmerer, and found the kids were living in unsafe conditions. Somebody had reported them. A call came to Kemmerer Police Department and the Department of Family Services saying, you should do a welfare check on this home. This home is a wreck. And they did, and they found overwhelming was the exact quote used for the odor of the place. Even standing outside on the porch, Kemmerer Police Sergeant Jake Walker said the smell was overwhelming, terrible. Jeremiah Warren, Samantha Dunn Warren are the dad and mom, and when you would expect they would be at least compliant, if not embarrassed, that's not the reaction. In fact, police say Jeremiah, the father of the 4 kids, became, quote, immediately frustrated with me and the DFS agent present, stating they were sick of being harassed for no reason. Meanwhile, the police officer said, as soon as the door opened, the foul odor I detected standing on the porch was overwhelming. The conditions described in the story, terrible. And all the dad had to say was, this is effing bull crap. He used a different word than crap. He was agitated, said he had a right to be in his home and, the police shouldn't be there. And he wanted to know who called him in. No concern over the kids. Nothing like, I feel bad. We just haven't been able to do for the kids. And no, he was indignant about why he was even being looked into. Meanwhile, the conditions inside are just horrific. It's not even worth restating. It's disgusting. The kids have been taken and they're being cared for right now. Meanwhile, mom and dad, again, using that term loosely, facing charges. What would they be? Sure, it's in here somewhere. Multiple child endangerment charges, accused of having their 4 kids living in a home covered in filth. The kids were age, I think 3 of the 4 appeared to be under 10 years old. And again, the couple's reaction to this whole thing was agitation and anger at the intrusion into their home by law enforcement. Wow. Okay. Rossi, I do not see Andrew. Andrew often has a loose sense of time, which I love that about him. I love people that march to the beat of their own drum. And Andrew's sense of time is kind of Wyoming sense of time. Whenever it's island time, if you ever gone on vacation and you visit, the locals are on island time. They're not in a hurry to do anything. This day in history is May 1st. It's a new month, by the way. Rent's due. 1707 this day, Parliament passes the Act of Union, forming the United Kingdom of Great Britain. What's that got to do with Wyoming? Not much. Let's get to, there are some Wyoming things in here, I hope. 1839, an 18-man party from Peoria, Illinois, under the leadership of Thomas Farnham, leaves Independence, Missouri, bound for Oregon. 1839 that was. Don't know if that was a famed expedition. I've never heard of it. 1867, the Cheyenne leader declared Wyoming to be a cattleman's paradise, citing grass and abundant water. The Cheyenne Leader newspaper, one of the leading papers of the day in the 1860s anyway. Martha Jane Cannery, you know her as Calamity Jane, first arrived in Fort Bridger this day in 1869. We mentioned the Cheyenne Leader in 1867, joined by a newspaper in 1869. 2 years later, the Laramie Daily Sentinel began publication. On this day in 1883, William F. Cody put on his first Wild West show. Buffalo Bill began his shows. I find that somewhat fascinating that the shows that Buffalo Bill did were meant to glorify life in the West, even as life in the West was living its glorifying heyday. Isn't that fascinating? Because mostly people from back here, I mean, if you were in Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, what you knew of the American West was just tall tales. It was, 5-cent pulp novels. It was Louis L'Amour novels. That's what you knew of this Wyoming and the Wild West in 1883, and it seemed fascinating. Yet that life was still going on. 1883, Buffalo Bill Cody's putting on his first Wild West show, even as the Wild West was like living. It wasn't like it was over and Buffalo Bill was having to reenact the time that was gone. The Wild West was a show and reality in 1883. There's Rossi. Isn't that cool? Buffalo Bill did his first show this day, 1883.
Oh, well, that's an interesting way to start the morning.
Right? You didn't know we were going there. I'm also going to need you to pick a Kentucky Derby favorite for tomorrow. So,
it's that one.
No, we got to do better than that. So far, Kyle Ridgeway and I kind of closed in on a horse called the Puma. We got the PRCA marketing dude was just on. He's going for that right to party. So, yeah, you're going to need to pick one. I'll need you to look at the 20-horse field. I'm getting some weird feedback from your Zoom, by the way, but okay.
That's odd.
I know. And I think I got it last time. And it's only you, Andrew, so we're blaming it on you. All right,
I try to stand out, as you know, Jake.
Yes. And we were wondering, like, what kind of hat would Andrew Rossi wear for the Kentucky Derby party tomorrow? Because you got to have a hat on and the Run for the Roses. Speaking of horses, let's talk about this. I mean, I don't know what kind of odds they are that this horse would even survive in the wild. The Wind River Mountain Horse that was lost for all that time is now made a full recovery.
Yep, thanks to some miracle feed, according to the owner. He called me out of the blue and just said, hey, we want to give an update. And he says it's extreme equine supplements that saved the horse. Well, obviously, it was the team of people that went up there in January to get the horse out of the mountains that saved it. But he took his horse, he took Mouse back to Oklahoma, and he had this miracle feed that he started feeding him from day one. And he credits that with helping Mouse fully recover, because the big thing he was saying was Mouse had lost so much of his muscle tone while he was up there. And he said with horses, once that's gone, it's hard to get back. But this feed not only gave him a lot more energy and helped him survive after that ordeal, put more weight on him, but he's actually got his muscle tone back as well.
All right, Mouse. I'm ready to put this is my favorite to win the Kentucky Derby. Now let's put Mouse in there.
It's already won all of our hearts.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, it gets to wear the roses just for being Mouse, surviving all that time out in the wild on nothing but sagebrush, I would imagine. Good ending to that story. What else have you been working on? Oh, yeah, I didn't read this. I meant to read it yesterday, but I ran out of time. All these years and all these studies, and we still didn't know until recently exactly how much water comes bursting out of Old Faithful, and now we do.
Yeah, it's kind of funny about that. I spoke to the lead author of the paper, and he told me that the National Park Service has had a figure they've been quoting for decades, where it's like you can expect this much water to erupt out of Old Faithful. And he was really the first one, that, at least that we know of, that asked the question, like, do we know that? Like, how did you get that number?
Right.
And he went back to look at the records, and he could find no documentation. So it's not saying that it never been done before. He just couldn't find any documentation that it had been. And then that was the scientific number. So he decided to put a study together to actually get that number. And so now we know that it's over 7,000 gallons per eruption for out of Old Faithful. On average, it varies depending, because as I'm sure you know, some eruptions are longer, some are shorter, so obviously the water output's going to be different. But yeah, for the first time ever, we know how much water erupts out of Old Faithful.
And only because somebody like Shaw Hurwitz said, you know, why do we take it for granted that it's this? And he couldn't find the actual anything that tied it to he couldn't find the footnote and the data. He said, well, I'll do it myself. The research hydrologist actually measured how much water it end up being.
So it varies between eruptions. I think it's the minimum is around 3,000 gallons per eruption. The maximum is around 11,000 gallons, depending on the intensity. But the thing about this one is that it was all inclusive. They put a portable flume in the main outflow channel so they could funnel all the water from an eruption through that flume to measure it. They put sensors above and below the spot where that water pours into the Firehole River so they could see the spike in salinity in the fresh water to give them more of an idea of how much water came out of there. They even measured the steam coming out of the vent by using high-speed thermal cameras to get an idea of how much steam was erupted and how much liquid water would have been required to create that steam. So it's a super cool, very thorough study that gives us that much more of an understanding in Old Faithful and actually gives us a hard number that we can quote now.
It seems a little 3,000 gallons for some of the lower end ones. I mean, my wife uses that in the shower on any given morning. Like, that seems low. Do you happen to know when did they do the study? And what if somebody was visiting Old Faithful at that time, would they have noticed like all these things to study it? Did they have to change what it looked like?
Now, it's funny you brought that up. They chose the perfect time to do this. It was April 2025. So the park wouldn't have been open yet, except to, and I don't even think it would have been open over snow travel at that point. Maybe it would have been. I don't know the dates offhand. But they chose a point where, people would have been able to see all that stuff there, but it was still really quiet in the park overall. So there wouldn't have been many people to see that sort of thing. And you do have to consider that Old Faithful is the busiest spot in the park by a significant margin. And if you left that stuff out during the peak of summer, something would have happened to it. So they chose a good time. They had 45 eruptions that they monitored. And the thing is, they can repeat this in the future. And that was one of the points they brought up, is that if they do this in the future and they see a change in that output, we'll have a better idea on whether Old Faithful might be changing behavior or, God forbid, it stops erupting or slowing down. We'll be able to get an idea of whether that's happening long before it does.
I'm surprised it's taken all this time till now to really definitively answer the question that probably every fourth grader has. How much water comes flying out of that thing? Now we know. Thanks, Andrew. You got a favorite for the Derby?
I'm going with litmus test.
Litmus test. Put Andrew down for litmus test. Somebody will pay you out if it hits. Thanks, man.
Have a good weekend.
News time now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The suspect in a Thursday morning shooting in a central Cheyenne neighborhood was in custody by early afternoon, so says Cheyenne PD. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that police say Adrian Magos also was once accused of attacking a man with brass knuckles.
The Cheyenne Police Department is reporting that apparently Magos and this other person had a verbal argument that escalated and ended up with Magos allegedly shooting him. We don't know where he was shot or his condition, although the injuries that he suffered was life-threatening. And in a later update, we learned that he had reached out to the police in some way to inform them he wanted to turn himself in. He returned to the spot where the shooting happened, and that's where police and the U.S. Marshal agent met him and took him into custody.
Cheyenne PD tells Cowboy State Daily that the 27-year-old faces an attempted first-degree murder charge. A judge on Thursday dismissed the defamation case of two legislators against the campaign arm of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that in the judge's ruling, he says, quote, "You can say pretty ludicrous stuff," unquote, in politics.
Judge Cassidy on Thursday dismissed a defamation suit two Rock Springs lawmakers had filed against the Y Freedom PAC, which is the campaign arm of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus. Now, the lawmakers were, bothered by mailers sent out targeting them in the 2024 election, saying things like Representative Wiley voted against keeping Trump on the ballot. There was no vote to keep Trump off the ballot at any point in the Wyoming legislature. And so the judge on Thursday said the First Amendment is so protective, you can say ludicrous things.
Reacting to the ruling, Representative John Baer of Gillette tells Cowboy State Daily that, quote, "I'm super excited that the First Amendment still exists in Wyoming." I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. As the weather and temps improve, motorcyclists are getting out on the roads. Be sure to do your part, share the road, and keep everyone safe. Look twice, save a life. This has been a safe driving reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Kemmerer couple faces multiple child endangerment charges, accused of having their 4 kids living in a home covered in filth. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that authorities describe the inside of the trailer as disgusting.
When they opened the door to go in, he said it was just overwhelming. It just kind of hit him. And he had trouble opening the door. He said there was just garbage and food and rotting food all over the place. Described all kinds of surfaces, couches, chairs, tables. Everything was covered with stuff.
Samantha Dunn Warren and Jeremiah Warren had their first court appearances on Wednesday, and both have been charged with 4 counts of child endangerment. If convicted, they could face up to 4 years in prison. Some are concerned that gunfire from Wyoming's new shooting complex near Cody will drive eagles away from prime hunting and nesting grounds. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that experts are saying that the presence of humans in their hunting territory will drive them away, not the gunshots.
The consensus with the biologists I spoke with is that's probably going to go away because the eagles, they're just not going to tolerate that much human presence and that much noise. The rabbit population is down, and for golden eagles, that's one of their main prey sources. And so nobody's saying that this is going to cause mass eagle death or that they shouldn't build the complex. They're just saying it's something we should be mindful of.
Raptor researcher Chuck Preston tells Cowboy State Daily that he doesn't oppose the shooting complex being built, but it should be kept in mind that projects will come at a cost to raptors. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
In southwest Wyoming, wide open space is waiting. This is how we explore it. In Rock Springs and Green River, Wyoming. Plan your adventure at explorewy.com.
All right. And we're halfway through the Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Bill Sniffin is here right on time. Bill.
Good morning, Jake. It's good to see you, buddy.
If you've been watching, listening, we're taking everybody's picks for the Kentucky Derby. So take a chance and look at the field.
Yeah, I got 2 of them I'm aiming at. One is a litmus test. I think that in reference to the Wyoming Republicans, litmus test has a real Wyoming sign to it. But the other one, there's a guy. Let me see, what is the name of that? And that litmus test was actually by Bob Baffert. He's a white-haired guy that has won all those Kentucky Derbies. So, and I think it's 50-1. So here's a chance, folks, to make some serious money, and yeah. I don't know, but that name I liked a lot.
If that motivates your betting, and sometimes, what's the point if you're not going to make money at the pay window? That horse right now, real-time odds, 34-1. So that's paying $34 for every dollar you put on the nose of litmus test. It's a Bob Baffert horse. He's got another one in there as well that's another long shot, Potenti. So litmus test is also Andrew Rossi's pick, Bill. You're in good company.
Oh, yeah. Great. Well, then there was also one called Chief Wallaby, which I kind of like just because I have an affinity for Chief Washakie because that's right next door to Lander, but I don't know. again, I would be, if I had to make my living betting on horses, let me tell you, if somebody wants me to spend their money, I'm your man. If you want me to win anything, sorry, I don't think I could do that.
I like your thinking, though, the tie-in with Wyoming's, the litmus test. How Republican are you? The latest convention GOP had, they want a test to prove that you can really run under the R. That's a cool tie-in. And then, yeah, I thought the same thing when I saw Chief Wallaby. It made me think of Chief Washakie. And I that's my side bet. That's my secret favorite. I'm with you on that. And Junior Alvarado is aboard, and he's a good jockey. So maybe.
Well, and I looked around for a fancy hat to wear on this, and you know what, Jake? I don't have any hats that would qualify for. Plus, I really am not sure I'm ready to go over to the other side and dress like that. But I think we're. I was thinking that, you know, when I ran for statewide office. There was a litmus test, I felt, and there was essentially two things way back in 2002, and one was abortion. You had to be anti-abortion, and the other one was you had to be a member of the NRA. And boy, I tell you, you could literally run into a countless number of voters, and they'd say, "Whoops, I just have one question," and it would be one of those two questions. And if you answered it correct, you were fine with them. Yeah. So even back then, they had sort of a litmus test. So I always would say, my gosh, you know, don't you think holding an office is a little more important than that? And even though I was a member of the NRA and I was very pro-life, my gosh, there was a lot of other things going on. But anyway, that was we've had litmus tests for a long time, but now it's almost a purity test, I think. Which is, you know, a party has a right to do that, I suppose. I don't know.
It brought a whole bigger issue, even, especially when I talked to Rod Miller, is not just can the Republican Party or should a party ask of its candidates, if you want to join that club and run under their banner, you have to agree to at least 80% of their platform, their platitudes. That is normal. I'm not surprised about that. But then the whole issue of, you know what, if the Republican Party is going to hold that much sway and talk about their own club, at what point do they also tell the state, you know, why are all these restrictions on us? Like, and Rod Miller had some good points. Why is the state constitution of Wyoming even mention parties at all?
Well, he's quite adamant on just making everything nonpartisan. And boy, I tell you what, that there is a beauty to nonpartisanship. I love our local elections where you don't have a D or an R next to your name, but we do live in a reality of political parties. I mean, it's the world we live in, and we're not going to be able to be doing state major races in a nonpartisan. As much as appealing as that is, that's not going to happen. And the first thing they're going to do anyway is ask you, well, wait a minute, there's allegedly is a nonpartisan election, but what party are you? Right. They want to know.
What party would you identify as if this was?
Today I woke up and I identify as the following.
Yes, so, that's funny. Hey, let me bounce this off you, Bill, because later on in the show, pretty soon here, we have Kyle Kondik. He is the managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball. That's Larry Sabato, the political handicapper of all time. And that's what they do there. That's what Kyle does, is he handicaps elections. And we'll talk about the national race, whether, midterm, do people really, does that really work against the sitting president midterms? We'll talk stuff like that. But to the degree he can talk about Wyoming, I want to ask him about our congressional candidates and what those races look like, the crowded field in the House, and is Hageman a shoo-in for Senate? What would you like me to ask Kyle when he comes on?
I guess it's coincidentally my next column this weekend is handicapping the House race with the 9 candidates, and so I would be very curious to see what he's predicting. For example, one of the points I bring up is that it's very possible that whoever wins that race will win it with less than 30,000 votes. Now, try to imagine that. You're going to be a congressman and you're going to get elected with 30,000 or less votes. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And, but so that's kind of my thinking. And what I'm doing is I think that Chuck Gray has a real strong shot just because he has a very dedicated crew of followers. I think Jillian Balo, a lot of people just don't think Jillian has a chance, but she's won 2 statewide races and did very well. And if she just gets out there and campaigns, I think she has a real chance. Plus, the X factor, and you could ask him that, is she's the only woman. And and Wyoming has had a tendency of electing women as our congresspersons. I mean, from Harriet to Cynthia to Barb Cuban. And so I think gender could come down to being almost a decisive thing. Plus, again, Jillian's a smart girl, and I call her, by the way, at my age, everybody's a girl.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So anyway, but she's a very smart candidate. So I see them as sort of the front runners, but I don't know. That's you haven't asked me what I thought, but that's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, I didn't even it's so funny. You look at it, you read it, and I'm reading way deep into it. I didn't even look at the surface notion that Jillian would be the only female in there, and Wyoming, the equality. Yeah, I didn't even recognize that. Jillian Balo brings, in my mind, if I had to just, a bullet point each candidate, Chuck Gray gets the Trump endorsement. Is that good or bad right now? I don't know. Jillian Balo, certainly name recognition, cachet in the state. Bo Beitman's the insider. He is coming from, the lawmaking process within Wyoming. And then you got money. Everybody says money wins election. You got Reed Reisner and Steve Freeze, who got plenty of money to burn on this campaign. So I don't know. It's interesting.
Well, my prediction is that if there's a Trump endorsement, it would go to Freeze. And because that family is just so tied so closely to Trump. So I am anticipating no Trump endorsement this time around. But if you look at Freeze's money and if you look at Freeze's political machine, I actually helped that campaign back in 2018. And my God, they used Trump's ad agency. They used the Koch brothers data people. I mean, it was stunning, the quality of campaign they put on. And Foster spent $2.7 million making sure everybody in Wyoming recognized the name Freeze, that it's I before E and not E before I. But they're nice people. I know Steve Freeze. He's a decent man. He would never embarrass Wyoming, I guarantee you. Yeah. So again, in a crowded field, if truly money is a huge factor, he moves from what you would assume would be one of the outsiders into an insider role. And in my column, I describe it as 5 insiders and 4 outsiders. And even the 5 insiders, you've got people like Reed Reisner, who I feel a little sorry for Reed. I shouldn't, but I'm probably the only person in Wyoming who does. But I think, is it possible to want to win too bad?
Yes.
And he's here. He is. He's suing people, and he's running ads criticizing Chuck Gray and just craziness. And I don't know. Beitman has that disease that House speakers and Senate presidents have, and that is because they're so powerful down in the legislature, they just assume everybody in Wyoming knows them, and it's just not the case. As soon as you get out into the wild and woolly parts of Wyoming, they don't know you.
Senator who? Yeah, once you get out of your district, yeah.
But he's an attractive candidate. He'd never. I don't think he would embarrass Wyoming. And so you've got like I say, Balo and Gray and Rasner and Freeze and Beitman, that to me are sort of the insider candidates. Frank Chapman says he's going to spend $500,000. Well, that's going to get some votes. And he'll be confused with the Frank Chapman from Casper, who's very well respected and a very nice guy who happens to be a Democrat. But he's not the same person, obviously. And then there's a couple veterans from Casper and another guy from Cheyenne. And what I wrote in there, that those guys don't know it yet, but they're in for the fun of their lives. Campaigning statewide in Wyoming is literally the most fun I ever did in my whole life. And so they're going to have a good time.
Yeah,
so,
if you're in it for the Wyoming experience, you'll get it. You'll get your money's worth. You're talking about Kevin Christensen and David Geralt. And, I don't want to, along with Frank Chapman, along with John Romero Martinez, I don't want to discount their chances. But, I mean, really with the heavyweights in this race, the best they can do is probably play spoiler and get some experience, meeting people in Wyoming.
Yeah, like I said, I actually went in as an outsider when I ran, and it was fun, but it was stunning when you're an outsider how much ground you have to make up against an insider who all of a sudden everybody knows, they've got their organizations going. But let me tell you, this state is so big and it's so wonderful. But like Al Simpson always said, in Wyoming, politics isn't political. It's personal. And let me tell you, if you're going to get 30,000 or less votes, it's possible for you to shake 20,000, 30,000 hands during a campaign. I mean, it's possible for you to actually see every single person that's going to vote for you.
Right.
Nobody around the country can imagine.
You met how that would plays in Washington, D.C. Whether you say, I won the race by 30,000 votes. My winning margin, I shook every one of their hands. Boy, your whistle stop tour becomes super important every stop you make.
Way back in the day, we had a race where Mike Enzi beat John Barrasso and Kurt Meyer. And I think the winner in that one got less than 30,000 votes. And then the biggest one was in 74 for governor. And we had Roy Peck and Bud Brimmer and Dick Jones and Malcolm Wallop. And I think they all got between 24 and 25,000 votes. It was unbelievably close. It was just literally unbelievable. So, I mean, there's going to be less than 100,000 votes, I would predict, in that primary. And you divide it up by 9 candidates, my gosh, it could be a lot less than 30,000, actually.
It's a huge state and a huge candidate race, a huge field, which is going to just divvy up those numbers. It is going to be razor thin, as Bill Sniffin points out. Well, we'll bring that up with Kyle when he's on. Anything else, Bill, before we bounce you out?
Interestingly enough, we talk about these big national stories, and the Supreme Court, I think yesterday, voted 6-3 to get rid of these racial districts. Well, Fremont County, where I live, we have 2 districts that are deliberately racial for the Indian tribes, and so we've got a state representative district that's set up that way, and a county commissioner district. And if this becomes the law of the land, that's all going to go away. And in that sense, I'm a little sad about that, because I always thought it was really important that we have Native representation. And Ivan Posey's been phenomenal down there. But I don't know if he could win a race that wasn't reservation centered. So I don't know, Jake. I'm thinking that I was going to just say those metal silhouettes at 307 First. I'm a big fan of those guys. That's a wonderful company. Those are great people.
Yeah.
And I love what they've done. I think those are just really cool. Let me tell you, we have miles and miles of miles and miles in Wyoming, and anything we can put out there for people to say, what the heck is that? I think that's worthwhile.
Whether it's some boats half buried in the ground up there in Franny, or yes, a cool silhouette every once in a while, it does brighten up the landscape because we got windshield miles of a whole lot of Wyoming. The Big Empty.
I put a lot of windshield time in my life and intend to do a lot more. Jake, great to see you, buddy.
You too. Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll keep the political discussion going, and we'll handicap the elections with Kyle Kondik, and we may ask for Kyle's Kentucky Derby pick as well, as long as we're handicapping. We do that next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Back from break, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. Kyle Kondik is here, managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball. That's Larry Sabato, University of Virginia Center of Politics. Larry, pretty good handicapper when it comes to predicting races, talking about elections. So is this guy, Kyle Kondik. We're going to have you handicap. I don't know if you're as good picking the ponies as you are picking the senators. You have a favorite for tomorrow's Run for the Roses?
I honestly don't know any of the horses that are running. I love bourbon, so I love Louisville. So I think the Kentucky Derby is a great event, but I have no guesses.
Kyle's in it for the bourbon. Plus, you're probably concentrating too much on. There's plenty to talk about and concentrate on the elections. This midterms. There's a lot there. let's start. I want to go rapid fire because I want to cover so much ground when we get a chance to talk to somebody like you, both nationally and to the degree you can speak on Wyoming races. Let's talk in general midterm elections. Are they always, does the president's party always lose ground in midterms primarily? And will they this year?
They often lose ground. They don't always lose ground. And they're two, since World War II, so since 1946, 20 midterms, President's Party has lost House seats in the midterm in 18 of those. The two exceptions were 1998, when Bill Clinton was president. Economy was great. His approval rating was really good. That was also the lead up to, his eventual impeachment over, lying about the Monica Lewinsky affair. Democrats made a small gain. Republicans kept the House. 2002, George W. Bush is president. His approval rating's really good. First federal election after 9/11, lead up to the Iraq War, different set of circumstances. Republicans do well in that election. Those are extraordinary circumstances. The ordinary circumstances, I think, are more similar to what we're seeing now. Donald Trump is an unpopular president. He has kind of the usual problems a president has in a midterm. And so it's going to be a Democratic-leaning environment. Just a question of how Democratic-leaning it actually is.
And as an electorate, things just swing. It's a pendulum swing for the most part. It almost doesn't matter, what you did in office. We just like to swing the other way, I guess. But there are reasons to swing it this year. Certainly Trump's approval ratings or his disapproval ratings. It's the Iran war with no end game, rising fuel prices, prices at the grocery store, promises made that maybe have not come true. Does he take any blame for what's been a dysfunctional Congress? Are there a lot of reasons to say, I might have been a Republican, but that Trump this year, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the state of the country presents more problems for Republicans than it did back in 2018. Trump's first midterm, where Republicans did poorly, but they actually ended up netting a seat in the Senate, in part because the Senate's a little bit different in that only a third of it is up every 2 years. And the composition of the Senate seats being contested in a given year helps determine what happens. The Democrats are playing a ton of defense in 2018. But if you ask people about approval rating, not just of Trump, which is a little bit weaker than it was in 2018, although relatively comparable, but also approval rating specifically on the economy, it's way worse for Trump than it was 8 years ago. You've got the gas price problem. You've got this general inflation problem, which basically helped destroy the Biden presidency. I mean, the Democrats had a lot of problems throughout Biden's presidency, but I think inflation was really high on the list. And inflation is just really politically corrosive, for pretty understandable reasons. But perceptions of the economy are just weaker now. And so that presents the downside risk for Republicans in this election. And, are a bunch of Trump voters going to show up and vote Democratic? Probably not. But turnout's always lower in the midterm. Maybe Republicans probably aren't going to be as motivated. And so maybe you get an electorate that's more open to voting Democratic and is basically consists of more Democratic partisans than certainly the 2024 election did.
Kyle Kondik is with us. Two more things on the whole Trump notion. One, in general, it's got to be so hard to predict and handicap, even for a genius like you with a crystal ball. When it comes to twice, we have seen, for the most part, even the experts dumbfounded by the silent majority. Often the early polls can't predict Trump's fan base. No matter what the guy does and posts on his own socials, no matter what this bull in a china shop sometimes does, there is a loyal Trump fan base, and it defies polls sometimes. It makes it hard to forecast.
Yeah, it does. And I think particularly in Trump's presidential elections, that's sort of more of a problem. And actually, in terms of you look at sort of the accuracy of the polls in aggregate, the worst year of Trump's three elections was actually 2020, the year that he lost, because it looked like he was just going to lose by significantly more than what he did end up losing by. Polling actually, I thought, was pretty decent in 2024, although it's still generally underrated Republicans more than Democrats in that election. Polling, I think, was better in the midterms. I think there is kind of some of the there are a lot of divides in American political life, and one of the things that had been sort of a problem with polling is that college-educated voters are basically likely to respond to polls, and so you get a higher response rate from them, and they are sort of a group that maybe is trending more Democratic. You used to think of them as maybe a more of a Republican-leaning constituency. Working class voters kind of leaning more toward Republicans. They also tend to not respond to polls as much as, some other groups do. There's also an issue where people who have basically kind of are more suspicious of big institutions and have like kind of lower levels of what we call social trust. They're also probably less likely to respond to a poll. And if you really have to work hard to try to capture them. So there are a lot of things that go into it. And I would also I'd be aware of the possibility that maybe things look bad I think things do look bad for the Republicans now. We're about six months away from the election, but maybe they rally a little bit at the end and kind of hold down the damage. That's probably not going to be enough to save the House. The question really is the Senate, which I still think the Republicans are favored in, but the Democrats do have a clear path in a way that maybe they didn't at the start of the cycle.
Kyle, let's say you're in a race for Senate, House, even governor right now, and I think there's a dozen or so races for governor this midterm. Do you want a Trump endorsement? Is that a kiss of death? Are you seeking that or no?
Certainly in a Republican primary context, you really want a Trump endorsement. I mean, you do have an open House seat in Wyoming. Harriet Hageman is running for U.S. Senate is a significant favorite. I don't believe, unless I've missed something, I don't believe Trump has weighed in on the House race as of yet. But those candidates are going to want that because that, particularly in a big field with no runoff. That could be the difference between winning and losing. Trump's record is not perfect in Republican primaries, but it's really pretty good. And it's good to the point where individual Republican candidates are still going to think that endorsement is valuable. Now, in a general election, in a competitive state, screaming Trump from the rooftops, maybe that's not actually the best strategy. Although there's some Republicans who think, hey, our problem is getting Trump, more Trump presidential voters to come out of the midterm. And so maybe that leads them to maybe be more sort of Trumpish in their messaging, even in a general election. But then you alienate some people in the middle who maybe even supported the president, but don't think he's that great now.
I want to turn the discussion to the great Cowboy State in a moment, but one more thing. We saw a court decision, I think just yesterday, about eliminating racial districts that'll have implications in Wyoming. Is this a big thing, a big game changer nationwide?
It is a big game changer nationwide, and there are going to be a lot of domino effects that some of which we'll see in 2026, but a lot of which we'll see in 2028 and beyond. Basically, the way most people are interpreting this ruling is that there used to be, there were protections for like majority black districts in the South, which in southern states like Alabama and Louisiana, those are the only districts that elect Democrats to the U.S. House. And so it may be that Republicans can be aggressive about trying to eliminate those districts. We're pretty late in the process. Some states have already had their primaries. Others many have had their filing deadlines at least. So, but there are going to be some efforts to redraw some maps. I think Louisiana is going to try. That was the state that was really at the center of this decision, Calais, that came out on Wednesday. So there are going to be ripple effects from that. We've already seen this gigantic redistricting war. Now, a state like Wyoming only has one House district, so there's no partisan gerrymandering at the House level in Wyoming. And of course, Wyoming is an extremely Republican state anyway. But it could have ripple effects on all sorts of districts that are drawn across the country in the coming years.
Kyle Kondik is with us on the show. Let's talk about Wyoming. Did other states experience what we see in this domino effect? When Cynthia Lummis announced she would not seek re-election for that Senate seat, almost immediately the House seat, Representative Harriet Hageman said, well, I want it. And then her seat, we got 9 or 10 that want that. The domino effects of that announcement were significant.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty natural for a U.S. House member to want to move up to the U.S. Senate. Wyoming's a little bit different than other states in that, usually a House member is going to have fewer constituents than the senator does. But in Wyoming, it's a statewide House seat, of which there are, I think it's 7 states that are, just have the single House seat. And so actually being a U.S. House member from Wyoming is a more exclusive club than being a senator. You got two senators and just the one House member. But the Senate is, the Senate is sort of the more prestigious body. And also, if you get in, you get a 6-year term as opposed to having to run every 2 years. And then on the House side, now that Hageman's moving up, it's no surprise that you've seen several candidates get into that race, because I think the expectation would be, hey, if you can win this primary in this year, you could hold on to that seat for a long time. Maybe you're next in line to run for Senate the next time there'd be an opening, or maybe you'd be natural to run for governor or something like that. So the Republican nomination in Wyoming for the U.S. House is very much worth having.
Yeah, interesting, the stepping stone aspect of what that House seat could be for Wyoming. Let's talk about that race for Senate. I called a race, but here in Wyoming, we're calling it a coronation for Harriet Hageman. What does it look like from the outside looking in? I mean, she has challengers. Sam Mead has some pedigree in Wyoming, family generational. Jimmy Scovegard, maybe a puncher, a fighter's chance, but Hageman, we're just ready to crown her, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have the same evaluation that you all would, and she seems to be sort of a natural to step up for the seat, and it seems to be what's happening here.
In a state that, midterms, and you wonder about election turnout, and a state that already doesn't have very many people or voters, the House race could be decided, and Bill Sniffin was thinking maybe 30,000 votes could decide this in a crowded field. What do you know of Secretary of State Chuck Ray? He's a big Trump guy. Jillian Balow comes from the superintendent of public instruction side of things, had a cup of coffee doing that job in Virginia a little bit. Bo Beitman's an insider from Cheyenne. And then money. They say money wins races. Somebody says that. Steve Freeze and Reed Reisner. Who do you got here?
I don't know if there really is a favorite. And again, this is why probably if Trump were to come in, I mean, the primary is not until mid-August, right?
Yeah.
And so there's still plenty of time for things to shake out here. I was also reminded about, would be more of a general election thing, but of course you would expect the general election to be competitive at all. But interestingly, 20 years ago, the Democrats came within a whisker of actually winning the U.S. House seat in Wyoming as part of that huge Democratic wave in 2006, anti-George W. Bush, anti-Iraq war. And I think it probably says something about, basically negative about the Democratic Party that, 20 years ago, the party was sort of more kind of ideologically diverse in such a way that they actually could compete in a really dark red place. And now, I mean, no one would think that would be possible. Even if at the national level, Democrats win the national House popular vote by more than they did in 2018 or more than they did in 2006, you would never think, the Dakotas or Wyoming, which are places where the Democrats have been competitive, within living memory, certainly, or within, a generation, basically. But that just doesn't seem to be in the cards. And I think it also speaks to just that, voters, I think the voter base itself is sort of more calcified. I mean, just, Democrats who may have considered Republicans or Republicans who may have considered voting for Democrats in the past, they just don't do that nearly as much as they used to.
Yeah, in Wyoming, speaking of Democrats, it's a sea of red, certainly, but Wyoming's had some history of being okay with a Democrat governor, especially if he or she is kind of right-leaning. History has shown that. The governor's seat is up, including the entire down ticket here in Wyoming. Let's talk about governor seats. What are some high-profile governor races here in the midterms?
Yeah, so the lion's share of all the governorships are elected in the midterm year, and so I think it's 36. I think it's 36 of the 50. There are a couple states, Vermont and New Hampshire, who have they have 2-year terms for governor, and so they're on every 2 years. But all the other states have 4-year terms. There are a handful of states that elect in the odd numbered year. It's like Virginia, New Jersey, where the big race is last November. So some of the big races are the states that you kind of expect at the center of the electorate. Georgia's got an open seat that seems highly competitive. Michigan. Wisconsin as an open seat, a Democratic incumbent in Arizona, Republican incumbent in Nevada. The Democrats are also going to try to make up some ground in some of these states that have moved away from them. They have a really good candidate in Iowa, which is an open seat. This guy named Rob Sand. Iowa's a state that used to be really competitive. It certainly moved much toward Trump in recent years. Ohio is another one. Vivek Ramaswamy, who people probably remember from the 2024 Republican presidential campaign and the debates. He is running and is a shaky front runner in that race. There's a lot of action at the gubernatorial level. And there's no it's not like the House and the Senate. If one party has more governors than the other, there's no national council of governors that decides things or whatever. But a lot of people who will be presidential contenders in 2028 or 2032, they'll come from the gubernatorial ranks. And so, some of these folks who may be big players, we already know, like Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, Democrat, he very well could run for president. He's on a glide path to re-election this year. You also have a bunch of open seats. Half of the governorships are open seats this year. So like Gavin Newsom and a lot of famous governors. Gavin Newsom's term limited in California, Ron DeSantis in Florida, Mike DeWine in Ohio, Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan. Again, some of these folks are going to be people who are still going to be on the national stage, maybe as a running mate, maybe run for president, maybe doing something else.
Fascinating discussion. We have to have you on again this summer as we get close to our August 18th primary in Wyoming, where the primary is everything. I mean, that's where the R's all gather, and we'll see. Kyle, I'm going to put you down for Renegade, the odds-on favorite for tomorrow's race.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Kyle Kondik, managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball, University of Virginia Center for Politics, one of the foremost handicappers of anything going on. If it's elections, Kyle's got it covered. We'll be right back with Aaron Brown next.
It's a great time to live in Wyoming. Just one of the exciting developments in our state is the resurgence of energy.
Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket.
Cowboy State Daily has a team of reporters that not only give you the facts, but the perspective and state as well as global analysis that is so important in understanding this pivotal time in Wyoming's history. Count on Cowboy State Daily for the news and perspective you need at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
All right, we get Aaron Brown in here. I don't like this music. I need something like more faster. Nope. Okay, yeah, this gives the impression of speed. I got the need for speed today. Aaron Brown is with us from Wyoming Highway Patrol. I'll start this discussion with an old memory, Aaron. I remember I grew up in the Finger Lakes in New York on Canandaigua Lake, one of the Finger Lakes. And one of my high school friends, his dad had a speedboat, Donzi speedboat, Donzi, D-O-N-Z-I. They were the rage of that era, fast. But I mean, this boat, and we used to go to lunch on at this lakeside lodge down lake. Like if you were to drive to it, it would take you 2 hours round trip to go for lunch. And we had like a half hour for lunch. This Donzi would do about 80 something miles an hour on the water. Like we were flying. And the kind of way that if you turn your head, it would rip your sunglasses right off. But it was nowhere near what this boat was clocked doing in Wyoming recently, and it wasn't even in the water.
Yep, that's that's right.
Dang.
This is the same boat we talked about last week. That was our speeder of the week. 104 miles an hour towing that boat, which obviously is dangerous because more than likely you're overclocking the speed rating on those trailer tires.
Oh yeah.
He's lucky nothing happened. We caught him when before it was too late, and he ended up just walking away with the ticket.
And we talked about excuses you'll make, like and there could be legit, like I'm late for an appointment that could be very meaningful to you. But what can be the urgency of getting the boat on the water for a day of fishing or whatever? And look what it cost you. You lost time with the traffic stop, right?
Yep. You lost time. You lost money. That's money you could have used for gas on the way back, probably. But it's not worth it. It's never worth it. In fact, we actually have a new speeder of the week today.
Is that right? People are not getting the message. I don't know if we can top 104 towing a boat. That's pretty impressive.
But this one is actually not fast. In fact, the Post even admits it. This may not look all that fast compared to our triple digits, but when you add a school zone, we got a problem. So this one is a 48 mile an hour in a 20 mile an hour school zone, so almost 50. And we're looking at about a $445 citation at that point.
Now, wait a minute. What is Highway Patrol doing monitoring a school zone?
I'm going to say this is probably in a small town, specifically Rock River. So it's going to be on a highway. And so we're seeing that happen. We have a few troopers hanging around hometowns right now. And so we're seeing some guys still on the highways, but in portions where it slows down a bit. So you may be seeing troopers where you're not expecting them right now. And it's throwing some people off.
Yeah, and that's just another shout out to Highway Patrol because we're such a big state. Many small communities don't have a police department. They count on the sheriff to swing by every once in a while. And then many counties are so dang big, the deputies can't get around. So you need all hands on deck. Yeah, I imagine, Aaron, I don't know if you can speak to this for sure, but the tolerance for what you'll calibrate your radar as in a school zone is like 1 mile an hour over. Like 20 means 20 in a school zone, whereas maybe if you're on the Interstate 70, and they got you at 72, it's probably not going to raise any eyebrows.
I can't really speak to what they calibrate it for in a school zone, but I can tell you that our kids matter.
Yeah.
And that's the big deal here is kids matter, and we want to protect our kids and keep our kids safe. Don't speed in a school zone. And considering, he was nearly this person, she, we don't know, may have been about, looking close to 30 miles an hour over the speed limit. Regardless, that's going to get you a ticket regardless.
Yeah.
But in a school zone, that's pretty overt. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
And you're right, though. You mentioned something about our counties. Our counties are big, and it can take a long time to get to places. If you're speeding and something happens, it may not just be you're waiting for troopers. You could be waiting for an ambulance. Stuck waiting for an ambulance. Stuck waiting for the EMS to get there. which is I was going to mention real fast because we talked about speed last week, and I was going to mention some statistics when it came to seatbelts, especially in Wyoming, because we see, I want to say a majority. I don't have the number directly in front of me. But a vast majority of our fatalities in Wyoming happen on rural highways. Now, we see plenty on the interstates, but we also see a lot of rural highway deaths as well.
And that some of that could be due to what you said, the remoteness, the rural. I mean, you could be a half hour from seeing a blue or a red light if you get in an accident. Double that if it's 2 a.m.
Right. And in Wyoming, we have plenty of trucks, plenty of big SUVs, and they're going to be top heavy. And, if you take the wrong way, hit a turn the wrong way, hit some gravel or ice the wrong way, you're going to trip. Your vehicle's going to trip. It's going to roll. And that seatbelt is what keeps you in that survival cage. Otherwise, you're just getting flung out of that car like it just spit you out.
I can't believe people have not got that message regarding the seatbelt. I don't know what the objection to the seatbelt is. Is it too restrictive on you? I mean, like, these cars are built, as I learned from NASCAR, they're built, roll cage. They're built you should stay in the car. Your best chance is being in that cabin of the vehicle, and your best chance of remaining in the cabin is that seatbelt, man. That's your best chance of surviving something, especially, Aaron, what you said with a rollover. Many single vehicle accidents, it's not always head-on stuff. It's like overcorrect because you fell asleep for a second and then you roll, because these SUVs, these trucks, they want to go over. A couple of rolls may mean nothing. You could walk out of that if you had the seatbelt on.
Exactly. And the objection to seatbelts is it varies, depends on the person. For some folks, it just didn't care, didn't forgot about it. I'm in a hurry again. For others, it's the classic Wyoming answer of, no, authority told me to, so yeah, I'm not going to.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we see a national average of about 91% of usage of seatbelts. In 2024 for Wyoming, it was 73. So we're well below the average.
Yeah.
And then you see, high percentage of those happening on rural roadways. A lot of our fatalities are rollovers and people either getting fully ejected, which is a high fatality rate. And then the worst one is the partial ejection, where you are hanging out of the car, the car rolls, and you're basically, salami on the highway.
I get a little bit. I get the argument of, it's Wyoming. I want to be free to do my own thing. I get that when it comes to like the brain bucket on a motorcycle. All right, you want to go helmetless. That's you. You're doing you. But the seatbelt, no, I don't get that. Come on.
It's part of who we are as Wyoming. Yeah, it's part of who we've always been. I mean, you look at the law. It's a secondary law. It's a secondary violation. We cannot pull we, as in Highway Patrol, police, sheriff's office, we cannot pull you over for not wearing your seatbelt. It's not a primary violation. It's only a secondary one. It is not required that you have to. Well, it is required that you wear a seatbelt, but it's not a primary. So if we pull you over for, say, going 48 in a school zone, and you don't have your seatbelt on, then you're going to get an extra. They're going
to go down the list. Yeah, and if you're belligerent about the stop, they're going to go down the list with the seatbelt. If you're nice about it and everything works out, they may say, "Hey, you might want to put a seatbelt on next time."
Right.
Yeah.
And if it's that secondary, we're very serious about seatbelts. If you don't have that seatbelt on, you can bet we're going to ticket it if we get the chance, because we want you to wear that seatbelt. We want you to be safe. And if you're in a crash, heaven forbid, we want you to survive. And there are crashes that people have died in where they are still wearing their seatbelts. It does happen. But a majority of the fatalities we see, especially where also speed is involved, and even more so when impaired driving is involved, we see no seatbelts, we see ejections, and it just gets real messy real fast.
I can't find the seatbelt in my boat. But I still can't get over that.
I couldn't find it on my bike either. It's okay.
You know, that was so cool of the trooper to take a photo of the 104 with the boat in the windshield. Like, or it didn't happen. And yes, smart. That's crazy. We laugh, but 104 towing anything is just dumb. And 40 something in a 20-mile-an-hour school zone. Come on.
Yeah. And right now we're kind of dipping our toes in the water with this, but it's looking like we're probably going to lean toward it doing a speeder of the week. So if you don't want to end up on the speeder of the week, don't speed.
Yeah. Well, it should be incentive enough. You don't want us talking bad about you. All right, Aaron, who you got for the Kentucky Derby tomorrow? I've been asking everybody.
Oh, I'm going to disappoint you, man. I'm not a fan of horse racing.
Yeah,
sorry.
I know. And I had to make the pick for Kyle. We just had Kyle on, the political expert. I gave him the favorite Renegade. You want to take a long shot then? You want to just, throw your money away?
Give me something with 4 hooves and healthy, I guess.
Okay, we're going to put you on Hector Barrios is running Intrepid out of the 3-hole. Jeff Mullins, the trainer, going off at 55-1. So just bet $1. You can make $55.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
There you go.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Aaron Brown stops in every Friday about this time, and we're considering maybe a speeder of the week. You don't want to show up on that list, so do it right. Be smart. Don't be like me, kids, although I do wear my seatbelt. Come on. I don't know how you don't wear your seatbelt in today's vehicles. I'm sure if you're smart enough and you want to put in the effort to figure out the workaround to the buzzer, ding, ding, I got the ding going on if I don't put on the belt. How do you beat that? You can go find the fuse that runs the dinger, and if you're going to put all that time and energy into defeating the mechanisms that help remind you to put on the seatbelt, then just put on the belt, man. Do yourself a favor, your kids, your spouse, your mom, dad. I mean, put on the seatbelt. I do it not so much thinking of the safety of it. I do it just because I don't know any other way to stop my radio volume is dimmed, and I can't have that. I need Garth Brooks at full volume. And the dinging. I don't know. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. One more hour left. Renee Jean will be with us next hour. Sheriff Kozak, more law enforcement stuff. And John and Makayla Otto. They got that belligerent bison. Oh, it's so cute. But he's kind of mean. Coming up next hour.
In Southwest Wyoming.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The suspect in a Thursday morning shooting in a central Cheyenne neighborhood was in custody by early afternoon, so says Cheyenne PD. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that police say Adrian Magos also was once accused of attacking a man with brass knuckles.
The Cheyenne Police Department is reporting that apparently Magos and this other person had a verbal argument that escalated and ended up with Magos allegedly shooting him. We don't know where he was shot or his condition, although the injuries that he suffered was life-threatening. And in a later update, we learned that he had reached out to the police in some way to inform them he wanted to turn himself in. He returned to the spot where the shooting happened, and that's where police and the U.S. Marshal agent met him and took him into custody.
Cheyenne PD tells Cowboy State Daily that the 27-year-old faces an attempted first-degree murder charge. A judge on Thursday dismissed the defamation case of 2 legislators against the campaign arm of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that in the judge's ruling, he says, quote, "You can say pretty ludicrous stuff," unquote, in politics.
Judge Cassidy on Thursday dismissed a defamation suit two Rock Springs lawmakers had filed against the Y Freedom PAC, which is the campaign arm of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus. Now, the lawmakers were, bothered by mailers sent out targeting them in the 2024 election, saying things like Representative Wiley voted against keeping Trump on the ballot. There was no vote to keep Trump off the ballot at any point in the Wyoming legislature. And so the judge on Thursday said the First Amendment is so protective, you can say ludicrous things.
Reacting to the ruling, Representative John Baer of Gillette tells Cowboy State Daily that, quote, I'm super excited that the First Amendment still exists in Wyoming. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. As the weather and temps improve, motorcyclists are getting out on the roads. Be sure to do your part, share the road, and keep everyone safe. Look twice, save a life. This has been a safe driving reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Kemmerer couple faces multiple child endangerment charges, accused of having their 4 kids living in a home covered in filth. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that authorities describe the inside of the trailer as disgusting.
When they opened the door to go in, he said it was just overwhelming. It just kind of hit him. And he had trouble opening the door. He said there was just garbage and food and rotting food all over the place. Described all kinds of surfaces, couches, chairs, tables. Everything was covered with stuff.
Samantha Dunn Warren and Jeremiah Warren had their first court appearances on Wednesday, and both have been charged with 4 counts of child endangerment. If convicted, they could face up to 4 years in prison. Some are concerned that gunfire from Wyoming's new shooting complex near Cody will drive eagles away from prime hunting and nesting grounds. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that experts are saying that the presence of humans in their hunting territory will drive them away, not the gunshots.
The consensus with the biologists I spoke with is that's probably going to go away because the eagles, they're just not going to tolerate that much human presence and that much noise. The rabbit population is down, and for golden eagles, that's one of their main prey sources. And so nobody's saying that this is going to cause mass eagle death or that they shouldn't build a complex. They're just saying it's something we should be mindful of.
Raptor researcher Chuck Preston tells Cowboy State Daily that he doesn't oppose the shooting complex being built, but it should be kept in mind that projects will come at a cost to raptors. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
All All right, let's get back to it. Renee Jeans here, Cowboy State Daily Show, kicking off the final hour on a finally Friday. Renee, it seems like we just saw you.
Whoa. That was last week.
That was a long time ago. That was before you were hobnobbing with Craig Johnson, the New York Times best-selling author.
That was an entire week ago, Jake.
Right. First off, we need everybody's pick for the Kentucky Derby. I'm asking everyone. Runs tomorrow. Who you got?
My pick for the Kentucky Derby is the mint julep.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. I'm going to go with the actual beverage sponsor, a Woodford Reserve, my favorite bourbon. Yeah, okay. You and I are there just for the drinking. Let those horses do what they're doing. Where's the bartender?
There's not a horse named Mint Julep? How can that be?
I'm afraid not. That's going to be you and the bartender discussion. We do have a horse called Dannon Bourbon, so it's kind of a drinky horse. 20 horses. You want to pick a number?
I just don't think you can have a Kentucky Derby without a horse named Mint Julep.
It should be wrong. It really should.
I can't pick a horse until there's one called Mint Julep. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna put Renee down for the obstinate pick of refusing to participate until there's a Mint Julep horse. Okay,
it's a matter of principle. You know.
It's not going to pay out, so you just have to. Okay.
Was it going to pay out anyway?
No, probably not. I haven't picked a winner, and I don't even know how long, if ever. But
was I going to get a free virtual pizza?
No, we were on behalf. On behalf of Cowboy State Daily, I have promised to pay out to everybody who's participated. That might be news to Jimmy, but. We will pay out according to the odds at post. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to pick number 13.
Okay, you're going with Lucky 13, which gives you Silent Tactic. Oh, Silent Tactic has scratched. Sorry. So great. You're still not in the game.
See what I did there?
I see what you did there. Great. I think if they slot everybody up, that would be Potente going at 23-1. That's a Bob Baffert horse. Long shot, but all right.
I like long shots.
Yeah, why not? They pay better. So was it just yesterday you told us you were going to go see Craig Johnson, the latest in his series regarding Walt Longmire is the Brothers McKay. What's it about? How'd that go?
Yeah, I did chat with him yesterday. I didn't go see him. He's up in Buffalo. I'm down here in Cheyenne, so.
Yeah, I mean, he's way the heck up there in U-Cross or something. Yeah.
A little far to drive just to chat. And the story is now up. I think it's a very interesting approach that he's taken here. He's had a kind of a long-standing fascination with the brothers Karamazov, which is a famous book by Fyodor Dostoevsky. I have no idea if I said that exactly right.
That's how I say it. Seriously. Okay.
Yeah. That book's pretty famous for its masterful examination of the human spirit, human morality, all of that. He read that book when he was 13, Jake, and he's kind of been fascinated with it ever since, because his dad, he thought, 13-year-olds, they know everything, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, what did you think about that novel, when he got finished with it? And he's like, oh, it's the greatest treatise ever on yada, 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 but it's the worst mystery novel ever. And he's like, oh, and why is that? And confidently, Craig's like, well, because if you can't tell right away who did the murder, you're just a moron. It's just so obvious, right? And so the dad's like thinking a little bit, and he's like, well, son, did you ever consider that when you write a mystery novel, a lot of times your first putting out red herrings to lead everybody astray. This book was intended to be a 3-part series. So do you think that might have been what he was doing in that book? And so he's kind of been wrestling with that question ever since. Like, who else could it have been? And what might he have really intended? Well, here recently, he found out that some scholars of Dostoevsky's work have actually written papers about that very question, trying to sort out, what was his real intent, who really killed the father. And so he got a translation of those. They were in Russian. So he got a translation of those 3 papers, and he's used one of those for the plot line in this book.
Wow, this is a way deeper dive into Dostoevsky's classic, The Brothers Karamazov. Karamazov. It's way deeper into it than just, I was inspired by this book when I was 13 and I never forgot it. No, he went in hard, and which is certainly why the title of this book, the latest Craig Johnson, is The Brothers McKay.
But so don't worry that it's not going to be a fun book, because, there's this scholarly undercurrent here.
Yeah.
It's a Longmire murder mystery. Walt's going to get trapped in Crazy Woman Canyon with a murderer nipping at his heels, riding or in company of a very stubborn mule named Borax. The mule is just as stubborn as Walt. It's going to be funny. It's going to be fast paced. I told Craig, I was like, your cast list sounds like the start of a barroom joke.
This mule walks, a mule named Borax.
Now, a smooth talking charmer, a cosmopolitan journalist, a reclusive monk, and a half native ranch hand. Just imagine all of them walking into a bar at once. Except in this case, it's no joke. It's a murder mystery.
Interesting. Well, I mean, Craig, when we had him on, he's never one lacking for the next idea, but he has at this point put Walt Longmire in about every scenario he can be in.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
Here's another one.
I mean, it's often said there's nothing new under the sun, and yet somehow we make it new every time.
Yeah. Well, this makes how many now?
I think 22 or something like that. It's starting to get a little murky, because he's got these short story anthologies that are coming out. And so the total number of Longmire books is no longer the total number in the Longmire mystery series.
Okay. Craig Johnson, one of our favorite Wyoming authors in the Longmire series, which I hope gets back on the big screen or a little screen or any screen. That's so cool to see how that was cast and acted. Craig's going to do a big book tour in support of this beginning soon.
Yeah, that's kicking off the same day the book comes out, May 26th in Washington, I believe. And there will be some tour dates in Wyoming as well. He's going to be, I think, in Sheridan, Gillette, Cheyenne, Casper, toward the end of the tour. When he's coming back home, there'll be a little leg up in Montana. There's a little stop in Colorado. So, a lot of his tour involves plane flights. Obviously, he's going coast to coast. He does this every year, though. Yeah.
You're caught up on the whole Craig Johnson Longmire series, yeah? Are you read it?
I have started reading some of them. I can't say that I'm, quote, caught up. I mean, there's an awful lot of books, and I'm pretty busy.
Excuses. Renee, did Craig? I love all the other characters. I love his sidekick friend, the bar owning Indian, and I love Vic. I mean, I hope he's still with Vic Moretti, the foul talking undersheriff.
Well, In this particular one is set, well, we're in Crazy Woman Canyon, so that's where the setting is. Yeah.
Yeah. And is it winter or something? He's always like in the middle of nowhere in the winter.
Well, no,
like
it's
snow.
wildfire season. So I think I mentioned earlier that he gets trapped in Crazy Woman Canyon with a wildfire and a murderer chasing him down, trapped.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. And a stubborn mule.
Well, is there any other kind of mule? Okay, so
I don't know. By the time you finish reading the book, Craig thinks you'll be saying the mule is smart.
compared to the sheriff? Who's stubborner, the sheriff or the mule? Okay. We had on the show a little bit ago Paul Woody. He's the CMO, the marketing officer for the PRCA, and he talked about the relocation of the PRCA and the potential tie-in to Cheyenne Frontier Days and just the boom that this proposes to bring. Paul's like, I can imagine in 20 years what it's going to look like here. You build it, they will come. Field of Dreams scenario in southeast Wyoming here.
Yeah, I see that too. I was able to get more details about that hitching post, kind of what they're thinking, the indoor arena, the year-round rodeo, the cowboy rodeo school, all of these kind of things that can just be there year-round for people to visit. That's going to greatly extend the whole Cheyenne Frontier Days vibe. Instead of just 10 days, you got a whole year where you can kind of pluck that string. I do think it's game-changing for the southeast Wyoming quarter as far as tourism goes. But I also think it has ripple effects across the state because, if you're a tiny rodeo in Grapeville, you can still plug the fact that on their way to Grapeville, they can see the PRCA. It just makes the whole trip a little more enticing because you've got this extra thing that you can do that bookends the trip.
Well, sky's the limit as to what could be there and what might be the attraction because, location is the intersection of 80 and 25. It's a growing area, and it's going to be anchored by all things rodeo, from the daddy of them all to now the PRCA moving there. That should be up and running in 2029, and the future looks bright for this area of Cheyenne. Certainly huge growth.
Yeah. Cheyenne's really got a lot going on right now. It's tough to keep up with, I think.
Yeah, and we're counting on you, Renee, to keep up with it. Data centers, rodeo, like Cheyenne, and annexation. Cheyenne's in the news practically like every day.
All right.
Have a great weekend. We got you down for horse number 13, just in case.
Okay.
But Renee's there for the mint juleps.
That selection was under protest, Jake.
Okay. We won't
say mint julep, that's the one.
All right. We won't take your money, but you also don't get paid out if horse 13 wins. You are like abstaining. We'll put you in a special category of betting on the Kentucky Derby tomorrow. Renee's betting under protest that there is no horse called mint julep.
The special category works for me.
All right. Because you're special in all ways, Renee.
Oh, okay. Don't be mean now.
You're super. You're special to us. Our near and dear special to the Cowboy State Daily Show is Renee Jean. Okay. Next up, Sheriff Kozak will be on the show. We'll do that right after this quick break.
The midterm elections are quickly coming up in November.
We have to win the midterms. This is the most important election.
And Cowboy State Daily gives you the local political coverage that has national implications.
I think that we need to be more aggressive in terms of talking about what the real issues are.
Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the coverage, insight, and knowledge about the candidates as we ramp up to the midterm elections in November. Cowboy State Daily, your daily source for all things Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven.
Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. And this place that I call home.
Yeah, we're getting back to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. This is the guy keeping law and order in Laramie County. It's Sheriff Brian Kozak. And it's all the buzz. The buzz on Citizens Band Radio is don't truck around or you'll find out in Laramie County. I can't believe Channel 17 right now on the CB radio, all the truckers are saying, do it right, do it legal in Laramie or they'll get you. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak, and I'm surprised the latest pinch or the latest crackdown found yet another batch, 46 illegal commercial drivers. Although, as Sheriff Kozak has pointed out, I think word is getting out from the Flying J restroom to the Citizens Band Radio. Truckers know you got to do it right or you're going to get in trouble, at least in Laramie County. Zero tolerance. Tell us about the latest operation, Sheriff.
Yeah, so last week, Tuesday through Thursday, we held another Truck Around Find Out, and it was a spring storm operation. So working with our federal partners, we did over 200 traffic stops, and of those turned out to be 46 of them were in this country illegally, and so we hooked them up and turned them over to our federal partners. So now it was kind of funny during the entire week. So for a 7-day period, and we actually got some data from the U.S. government, which really surprised me. So Laramie County came in #1 in the country for illegal immigration arrests. So we had for the entire week 53. And the next closest agency was the Florida High Patrol at 31.
Florida, I was.
And then the Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I would have guessed Florida would be winning that race. Not that this is not a contest you want to win, by the way, if you're an illegal trucker. But yeah, that's surprising. #1, Laramie. Well, this is why you're continuing to do these operations till the message is through.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, and I think the legal truck drivers, they love it, because, they spend a lot of time, money to do it right. All the licensing they have to get and the insurance and taking care of their truck. And so we're getting nothing but great feedback from the truck drivers who are doing it right.
Let's talk about the ones doing it right now. How do you do these operations, Sheriff Kozak? how do you decide who to stop, who to spot? Now you're probably going to stop some people who are good. They're good to go. Is that a positive experience for the trucker? I mean, nobody wants to get stopped. You got to grind through like 18 gears again to get back on the highway. How do you decide? How do you pick? And then how has it gone when you have a positive stop where you're like, oh no, you're good. Thanks. You're doing it right. Have a great day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what we do is we kind of work in areas where the illegal truck drivers tend to work to avoid the ports and so forth. Or we also work the areas where there's ports and we look for trucks bypassing the port. But anyways, and we stop people for everything, speeding, registration violations, equipment violations, not only trucks, but we stop the unsafe cars around trucks too. So we're doing this to help truckers because they're frustrated with all the idiots who drive around them. So we're trying to take care of those problems too. And then we take care of business. We enforce the law when we need to. We give warnings as well. Our deputies have discretion. But then if we get someone who's here illegally, we'll follow up on that as well.
Laramie County is undertaking this truck around to find out since November. We're talking about a total of 118 illegals, including this last round, 46 more. And one of them has had his license pulled like 13 times.
Yeah, that's true. That driver was revoked every which way. So was the trucking company as well. They weren't allowed to operate as well. So we had that vehicle towed, and then that gets reported to DOT, federal DOT, and they'll probably take some more action as well on the trucking company. But also that driver had marijuana in his cab. Can't do that under federal law, even if you're in a state that allows marijuana. So, for example, he came up from Colorado, still can't have it in a commercial motor vehicle.
Yeah, once you cross the border. How'd you find that out? You have canines, I think. I thought I saw a photo of a canine outside the truck.
We do. We have our drug dogs working with us on these task forces. Yep.
All right, let's shift gears, excuse the pun, truckers, and we're going to talk about end of watch and Sheriff Frank Roach. Sheriff Roach died in the line of duty this day, 1960. That's like 110 years. What's
Good.
going on? I think you passed the hat with your own deputies. You got some involvement with Wyoming Law Enforcement Memorial Board, and we're going to do this right. We're going to make it right for Sheriff Roach.
Yeah, so 110 years ago today, he was killed. He actually went after some horse thieves out in the Granite Canyon area, formed a posse, went after him, and tragically, the horse thieves shot and killed him. And he was buried here in Cheyenne in a local cemetery, but we noticed that his gravesite doesn't say anything about him being a sheriff. And so the deputies raised money to put a proper placard on his gravesite, and we're going to do a ceremony today at 4, which is roughly the time when he was killed. 4 o'clock, and we're going to honor him with a proper tombstone that says his history as a sheriff. And then we are going to, from here on out, anybody we hire on the sheriff's office, day one, we take them out to Sheriff Roach's gravesite, and we talk about just the sacrifice he made and what it means to wear this badge, which we just now switched this badge over. This was a replica of Sheriff Roach's badge. So now we have incorporated the history, and all deputies will be issued these badges. Paid for by drug dealers, by the way.
Oh, nice. Thank you, drug dealers.
Yeah.
Well, they did something right. Yes. All right, Sheriff Kozak, that is so cool to have a new recruit visit the gravesite, which is now going to get its proper due, and is going to wear a new design badge. Talk about the badge, the star, the 5 points of the star.
Yeah, so it's a 5-point star like Sheriff Roach has a circle around it. Of course, it says Laramie County Sheriff's Office. And in the middle, this is new. Sheriff Roach didn't have the middle part. We incorporated the arrowhead with Steamboat on there, which is our county logo. So it stands out quite a bit. The badge does, and so it represents our history, so we're proud to wear it.
So cool. The 5 points representing the key points of the sheriff's office in Laramie County: brave, resilient, accountable, no nonsense, and dedicated. They could also represent the 5 end of watch officer. Is it 5 total sheriff deputies that have lost their life in the line of duty in Laramie County's history?
Yes, 5 total. Yes.
All right. What else? I think just last weekend, did you participated in something that I just learned about? My wife and I down in Mexico at Cabo, we met this couple. I think they were from Michigan, and they turned us on to this honor flight program, which is really cool. If you want to learn about that, my wife's dad is thinking about it. The honor flight thing, it's really neat. And Governor Mark Gordon and the Laramie County Sheriff's Office were on hand Saturday as part of that. It's a cool program.
Yeah, that's right. So we had a luncheon for our honor flight attendees. They're all veterans, Vietnam War, Korean War, the Gulf War. And so, we don't see too many World War II veterans anymore, unfortunately, but so what happens is they fly them over to DC to look at the war memorials and statues over there. So it's just a great honor to do that, to meet these folks, pay tribute to them. And then our motorcycle officers escorted them to the airport as well.
Yeah, I saw the photo. I was going to guess that they were all your motorcycle cop. They look like they be all your motorcycle force. All right, what else is going on behind the badge in Laramie County? All things, is it quiet? You ready for a big summer season?
We are getting ready. And in fact, in Cheyenne, if you make it down July 4th, we're having a big parade. So,
no way.
Yeah, to celebrate the 250th. Yeah, it's going to be kind of mostly a military themed parade. And so a lot of our deputies, they formed on their own initiative, they formed like a cavalry honor guard unit, and so they will actually be riding in their parade as an old 1800s cavalry unit. So it's going to be kind of cool. Yeah.
I'll never forget the first time you joined us on the show. It was live from the parade. You were like on the sheriff's office float with the whole cavalry guys. It was so cool.
Yeah. So we'll be out there again. So yeah, come on down to Cheyenne.
That's a long trip for me. I might have to just do it virtually, but all right.
Okay.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. That's Sheriff Brian Kozak. And the latest you might have read in the Cowboy State Daily is the Truck Around and Find Out crackdown. The truck crackdown, the story was just out on the 24th of April. And that latest event caught 46 more illegal commercial drivers. The total now approaching 120 since they've been doing this operation in November. And doing good, making sure that we don't have illegal truckers out there on the road. And this is all for the safety of us four-wheelers and for the trucking industry folks who do it right. It's got to be so frustrating to watch people cut corners, take shortcuts, and do it just flat out wrong and illegal. And you're doing all things right, whether you're the driver or the company. It's probably nice to know that somebody cares, and the sheriff's office is out there doing their Truck Around and Find Out. One of my favorite operations. Sheriff Kozak joining us. Word is getting out, is what they hear at the sheriff's office, that the trucking folks say, yeah, we all know now. Don't do it wrong. Don't go through Laramie County unless you're totally legal. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back with how tough it is these days to raise a baby bison.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyoming Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Let's hit some news items from around the world real quick before we're joined by John and Makayla. The Ottos are raising a little baby bison, baby buffalo, red dog on their ranch. And this thing is cute as can be and a little bit uppity. At least if you're John. Yeah, well, we're going to visit the North Dakota ranch in a moment. But first, news from around the world. Europe, the continent, Europe. Numbers are in. The continent has warmed twice as fast as the rest of the world. If you're talking about warming conditions, Wyoming just had a winter that wasn't. We broke records for, high temperatures over the winter. We've seen a warming trend in general for much of the world, but nobody has warmed more than Europe. Twice as fast as the rest of the world, according to the latest data. A story that involves India and Mexico is interesting. When when Mexico, with U.S. help, managed to do away with or capture Pablo Escobar, the drug lord. Pablo Escobar, the drug lord from Colombia, besides having lots of drugs, had 80 hippopotamuses. Because, if you're a drug lord, bragging rights for a drug lord, a Colombia coke dealer, bragging rights are, how many hippos do you have? It's not fast cars. It's not properties, around the world. You're measured by how many hippopotamuses you own. And Pablo Escobar had about 80 hippos in his hippo herd. And they were about ready for slaughter. Authorities in Colombia had no idea what to do with them. What do you do with hippos when you seize Escobar's empire and you kind of know what to do with the drugs? I'm assuming they were destroyed, but there's a market for those. But what do you do with the hippos? They were about ready for extermination until an Indian billionaire or multimillionaire came forward, a tycoon from India, and offered them a home in India where he's got a bit of a hippo sanctuary. So good news for the 80 hippos of a drug lord. NCAA is making steps toward expanding March Madness to 76 teams. If this tournament, if the NCAA basketball championship doesn't go on long enough, it'll go on even longer now. And maybe we'll end the debate about those teams on the cusp who don't get in. Every year they're like, oh, there's that one team that didn't get the bid and they're all mad. Well, the expansion to 76 teams could happen as early as next year. The NCAA is exploring the idea of expanding that tournament to even more teams. So March Madness may have to start in February to get it all in. I don't know. And finally, I saw more video release, surveillance footage of how that dude was able to storm the Correspondents' Dinner. That dude being Cole Allen, the California man. I heard yesterday on NPR, they were talking about how brilliant he is, Cole Allen. He's such a smart guy. He went to a fancy college. They say he was really well educated. Smartest guy in the room, any room. Well, he wasn't so smart in the lobby of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He was face down being arrested. But yeah, whatever. The smartest dude in the room. I saw the video. I was wondering, like, how do you crash this? This has got to be one of the most heavy security areas. And it is, and it was. I saw new footage. We've all seen the ballroom footage or whatever room and what happened. But this is the first time I see how he crashed through security. And yes, they did have a metal detector, and certainly bringing a shotgun, a handgun, and a whole bunch of knives would trip this thing. But I get a better understanding of how he got as far as he did. He ran right through the detector. There was nobody in line. He timed it so nobody was there. Obviously, everybody who was coming in was probably in. And unless somebody had left and was trying to get back in the event, it was pretty quiet time. And it looked like in the footage I saw that all the agents, all the Secret Service, all the dudes with guns were kind of like taking a break. Nothing was happening. All of a sudden, this guy comes around the corner from out of nowhere and runs through the metal detector with his shotgun. And as he's running, it appears, and everything is alleged still at this point, it appears that's when he takes the shot at the security guy. Everybody's reaching for their gun. They see this guy run through, and it's surprising, and he doesn't get far. Everybody in the video is reaching for their gun. It's a wonder this dude didn't get shot, Cole Allen. But he did manage, it looks like in the video to me, to get a shot off into the protective vest of one of these agents as he ran by. It looks like he pops this one guy and the guy jumps back. Yeah, I saw the video, so that explains better how this dude could even get as far as he got as he, the third attempt on the President Donald Trump's life now, third assassination attempt. More news still coming in as to what motivated this guy, Cole Allen. He posted stuff online. He sent emails out just prior to this. He booked 3 nights at the Hilton, at the Washington Hilton, April 24, 25, and 26. And from there, planned his attack. He also Googled, if this is the smartest guy in the room, you would think he would do his online research under a private browser, right? Like private browsing. But they looked his computer records. He Googled, like weeks ago, about, I think his Google query was, how do you get into the White House Correspondents' Dinner? They found on his browser, White House Correspondents' Dinner 2026. When is it? Where is it? What is the, like, he Googled all this stuff on his computer. They found it later. And then he took a train. He lives in California. So how do you get yourself to a Washington, D.C. event with your guns? You can't fly. He took a train across the country and armed to the teeth. This guy's sitting on a train for I don't know how long the journey takes with all his guns, with the knowledge of what he's going to do. Cole Allen. Yeah, more info coming out, including the security surveillance footage of the guy running through security. It was kind of frightening to watch that. All right, we're heading to North Dakota. Y'all ready? We're going to visit the Ottos and talk about the story in the Cowboy State Daily. And this is John and Makayla. Makayla's on the left. She somehow has charmed this little red dog, but John, not so much. It's baby bison doesn't like John. I don't know why. Although there seems to be a last-minute trend towards maybe they're going to be BFFs. We'll see. First off, let's start out with what the heck you're even doing with a baby bison. What kind of ranch are you running in North Dakota?
A true funny farm.
Yeah, a funny farm.
No, I wouldn't call it a ranch. I think the closest thing to a ranch around here is the ranch dressing in the fridge. So,
but it must be a pretty neat place because this is not the first time you've had a little baby buffalo in your place. You had one previously. How that didn't end so well. But it should have been an indication to you that maybe buffalo like to just run into stuff. People or fence. Like I know some bison ranchers here in Wyoming, and you got to build like a fence twice as stout, twice as high. Like they're hard on stuff.
Yeah, she was just very fast and spunky, and it was just a true tragic freak accident of her running right into the side of the barn and snapping her neck, and she killed herself in minutes.
This is Bison 1.0. We're now on Bison 2.0, a bison known as Richard in a nice way. Now been renamed though. So where are you getting these bison? Why? First off, why? I mean, why? You got a couple of cows on this spread that long ago should have been hamburger, but you just couldn't do it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it all started with chicken math, with the wife. All of a sudden we had to have a chicken, and then we had 2 chickens, and all of a sudden we've got a herd of cows, goats, and then all of a sudden one day she wanted a buffalo, and, I value a happy marriage, so I said yes. So, but anyways, now the first one we got as tame as a dog, and she was she was a lap dog. She was so friendly. All the neighbors loved her, and everybody drove by to see her, and ever since she had her incident, wife's been wanting another, and we was waiting for a heifer. And I was like, well, we got some friendly steers. Let's try a bull this time, and we'll steer it. Well, that's going to be a rodeo itself this weekend because that's the weekend for that. So me and him are getting ready to probably start fighting again. But I don't know if this is a good idea, but it's a fun one at any rate.
Well, this I'm after the first foray with a bison that didn't end so well, somehow you were talked into another one. And I love in the story, did it really happen like this, where the place you're getting these bison is from some, exotic animal broker dude, and he talked up this little baby like, oh, this is the gentlest thing, you're gonna love it, she's so sweet. The first thing you get her on the spread runs right over John, like, You got sold a bill of goods on this little guy.
It ain't the first time. I had another incident with another creature we had, but yeah, no, the thing was, she sent videos because I sent her to pick it up, and she sent videos of loving on it and everything. She pulls into the driveway. That thing immediately, I reach in the pen, starts kicking and butting, and I'm like, okay. And then she walks over, loves her. The first video I posted, was actually the first 5 minutes in the barn unloaded, and that's when it kind of all went downhill from there.
Yeah, so I want to also talk about why you, our listeners, may know the Ottos, and they're spread up there in North Dakota, in Plaza, North Dakota. So far north, it's pretty much Canada. In fact, you're in Montreal County. Montreal sounds like Canada. No, what is it? Montreal? Where is Plaza, North Dakota? I got to find it on Google Maps.
Yeah, we're basically southwest of Minot. So
okay, yeah. Everybody knows Minot. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Before we talk about the videos, which are so fun and have gone so viral. John and Makayla Otto are with us from North Dakota, and we're talking about this little bit of a belligerent. I mean, he's cute as can be. Is it he or she?
It's a little little bull.
Yep.
What I'm surprised, I mean, obviously, like little baby anythings can be a handful, you know, a little colt or whatever. Once in a while, they can feel their oats, so to speak, and they can get. But this guy, he's like tricky, man. In the videos I see, including one of them, you can see John like you don't invade the bison space, which you think could, promote some bucking. You call it to you, and the thing, it looks gentle as can be. His ears are not back. He looks fine. And then I swear he takes one look at the camera and he knows game on. And then he just butts you.
Yeah, he really does. And now I feel like a week in, they've really taken a turn for the better, him and Georgie. And then now when we go out there, if he hears us or sees us, he'll start grunting. He'll run up to the fence. You can pet him, get in there and love on him, the whole 9 yards now.
It's going to change, though. He's going to hit his teenage years like our steers and last ones, though. And I'm sure I'm going to be run over a few fences here. So I'm sure the videos are getting a little boring for some people right now, but I'm sure there's going to be a concussion here soon.
Yeah, I'm sure anybody who follows you on the socials, they're all like almost sad that the relationship is starting to be good. They're like, no, the fun part is when John gets run over. This little guy packs a punch as well. What does Georgie weigh, you think?
I think he's probably 75 pounds right now. Like, he's not much. So he's a couple weeks old. He's gaining weight good, but the thing hits like Mike Tyson right now at his age. So kind of we had a pet deer for quite a few years, and that thing, she's the same deal. Like, she looks skinny, but if you had to give her a shot or something, like he was going to have a fight. Like, they're strong.
I want to show a little bit of this, but I want to. Am I stupid?
It's all cute and cuddly.
Cute and cuddly until you turn the camera on. I got to play it without. I don't want sound. Okay, hold on. We're going to share a little bit of what it's like to live with this little baby bison, this belligerent Georgie. Shares. Okay, this is for if you're listening on radio, you'll just have to picture John. He's reaches out for this. And I swear this bison looks calm as can be. Bam! At the last second. And that's what people love, the unpredictability of Georgie, this little guy. So you did a super smart thing I read in the story. Anytime you're working with a young, like, baby farm animal, the more exposure to humans, the better. So rather than feed it 4 times a day, you're like, let's feed it less and feed it more often, 7 times a day. Really try to create a bond there. And that kind of worked.
Yeah, my knees are hurting a lot less, so it's paying off. So.
I feel like at every feeding, though, we just make sure to make the most of the time we're spending with him, to touch him all over, desensitize him, and really just get him to trust us.
I mean, this is only your second buffalo, so maybe you don't know their behavior, but you've been around animals and young baby animals. Is this one acting out of like fear? Like, I don't know what humans are and I'm going to act up, or what? What do you think motivates Georgie to just all of a sudden take a run at you?
I think we're getting one with more instincts. So the first one, we had to have blood transfusion, maybe 2, bunch of meds, had a lot of issues. So, there's a lot of lack of energy there with the first one. This one, he's healthy as a horse. So I think we're getting the full experience of the bison calf right now. So, but he's got a sweet part in him though. Like you can go out, sit down with him, he'll come lay on you, rub on you, but you get up and it's time to fight. So
okay, and why would you speculate? I got a few guesses. Why John, Makayla, does this little baby, but what does Georgie seem to be nicer to Makayla and not so nice to John? It's got what is this little thing sensing?
That's the bad part too. Is I don't even know. I think it's just something with me. Because the third day we had it, I had some loads of hay being delivered here. And I took my hay guy out to the barn, showed him it, and the calf was as nice to him as it was Makayla. But I go out there later on, make a video, get my butt kicked with no instigation. So it's it might just be me.
Yeah, which is weird because all the animals that we have really love John. Like he can love on some heifers that we have out here that I can't even get close to. So I'm not really sure why it's taken longer for him to warm up to John.
All right, so it's not a male-female thing. It's just an oddball action. Like most of the animals at the spread should be nice to John. They are nice to John, but not this little guy. So what motivated you to go online with this? I love when I see ranchers, farmers, and they show us their everyday life with some videos. They're always fun. They don't usually include violence or pain to the farmer or rancher, but even more fun when the misadventures become our entertainment. Why did you post this? You've been posting the doings of your place, and then the doings have never done this, like millions of views.
Yeah, no, I normally keep, Facebook, for example, I guess the big one that blew up. I always kept it, 200, 250 followers of family and friends, people I knew. And I would just posted funny stuff for, family across the country to see. And yeah, I posted that one and I guess it went uphill real quick. I woke up and had like 10,000 followers and then 20 and then 30. And then all of a sudden I got a buffalo. I'm a cameraman for a famous buffalo. It's got 10 million views now. So I don't know whether my sister's trying to tell me embrace it, and I'm trying to. Well, hey, I'm doing an interview, so I'm embracing the buffalo fame here. So
this is the most famous little red dog there is going, and we got a whole mess of them in Yellowstone right now. This is the season where we're seeing a whole bunch of frisky, jumping around, kicking baby bison, but none like this one. What's the future for Georgie? You got if this bison becomes sort of tame and sort of friendly, it's going to live out its life at your place?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's just going to be a field puppy, but I guess video is probably going to get pretty entertaining here because we're going to start halter breaking the thing to hopefully give us an edge. So no saddles, though. Like I used to ride bulls, but I never rode a buffalo, and I ain't about to start.
I've seen some people can ride a buffalo, but you'll never get this one trained to that point. This is a truly unique little baby bison. Yeah. All right. Well, be careful, John, Makayla, and thanks so much for introducing us to this little baby bison. We normally see him in Yellowstone National Park here, and to watch him interact, that's funny. I wonder if they're all like that. Like if this is the norm.
There won't be a third, I'll tell you that.
We're not going to find out. Well, I can't wait to see more videos. You might have to pop on again, depending on how the whole halter training goes. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for following.
Thanks for sharing with us. And everybody read the story and be the new follower of Georgie, the little bison that has a bit of an attitude. Have a great weekend, y'all. Thank you.
Thanks.
We got to get to, I was going to say we got to get to news. We got to get out of here. That's the end of our Friday. Don't forget, Jeff will take you through the show tomorrow. Saturday version of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. Tomorrow, same time. Meanwhile, we'll see you Monday. Have a great weekend.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
The new way, Wyoming